Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, and in other countries where it is still not morning, well, good morning in any case, uh, because it's going to be good morning very soon for you. Only a few people in Nepal are in our time zone, very close to us, and Mozambique is also not far. We got a lot of anybody from Mozambique has logged
Ye-
in Mozambique.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm here.
oh, Mr. Tome, is that
Yes,
right? Am I pronouncing your name right correctly, sir?
is Palicio.
Thank you, Apelicio. Thank you very much. Uh, well, ladies and gentlemen, I am Brigadier Rajesh Sharma. I am the director of Amity Institute of Training and Development. And on behalf of our institute and Amity Business School and our university, we welcome you all to this 4-week online course, Executive Program in Business Administration, which will start today and will continue till 10th of March. We bring you this course in collaboration with Amity Business School and other colleges of the university, which are in other states of India. This carefully structured course will enable you all to acquire the core skills of an MBA, that is Masters in Business Administration style education, enhance your managerial skills, and hopefully accelerate your careers. We start today's proceedings with a traditional prayer to the goddess of knowledge and learning, Saraswati. And this short prayer, I will request Shikha to play it online. It's called the Saraswati Vandana. Over to you, Shikha.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Give me a moment. IT team.
मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी हम भी तो समझे हम भी तो जाने विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ ममता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Thank you very much, Shikha. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll show you a short video clip on Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. This video will show us how ITEC program, as it is called, is being conducted for various countries all over the world. Over to Shikha. Please play the ITEC video.
Yes, sir.
Our country, our village, we are in darkness, no light. I am solar engineer.
भारत में प्रशिक्षित सोलार मामाज, उनकी कहानी अपने आप में प्रेरणादायक है।
Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation. ITEC is the flagship program of the Government of India for capacity building in our partner countries. Since its beginning in 1964, over 200,000 professionals have benefited from ITEC. Today, we offer around 14,000 scholarships annually to 160 partner countries in about 100 premier Indian institutions. ITEC covers both civilian and defense expertise, including going digital under e-ITEC.
Just like this is quadrant B, this quadrant C.
One of my tasks to actually come up with projects to be implemented in the near future in my countries, which involves a lot of what I've learned here at IIM Dabat. Laos is growing very rapidly, and IT happens to be one of the most crucial components. The challenges that we are facing right now is really critical, which is the human resource. The Indian government has helped us building this Center of Excellence in Software Development and Training. This center will help tremendously to develop the human resource very much needed to contribute to this country's growth to the future.
Almost every family in Iraq has either a missing person or a dead person. So it is important for them to find mortal remains of their dear ones and bury them the right way.
We still hope they might come back to us by any chance. We always feel their presence around us.
Our job is humanitarian. ITEC training built the capacity of our staff. They got more information, knowledge, and exposure about DNA testing. Thank you very much. It was a very fruitful cooperation. At the same time, we feel proud for getting results.
Conservation and restoration of the Taparum temple by ITEC experts from ASI is a fine example of our cultural cooperation to preserve civilizational ties with Southeast Asia. It's a very challenging work where man-made structure and nature are living together. To tackle this complex project, the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, also undertook some engineering and structural studies.
IIT Madras is proud to be associated with the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India in offering the ITEC program for professionals abroad.
Since 2008, more than 840 rural women across the global south in 85 countries have been trained as ITEC Solar Mamas.
These extraordinary women have been able to learn to fabricate, install, repair, and maintain solar home lighting for everyone in their communities.
Their ability to harness the sun has brought clean light to more than 240,000 people. It has led to acceleration of the sustainable development cause in communities across the developing world.
I made it. I made it.
iTech is demand driven. Whether it is agriculture, rural development, governance, banking, or environmental sustainability and climate change. Besides sharing our ancient knowledge in Ayurveda and yoga, iTech also shares India's globally acknowledged expertise in cutting-edge scientific areas like artificial intelligence, big data, and cybersecurity.
Many years ago, I came to India as an iTech trainee. Over the years, I have seen this iTech program grown both in numbers and the scope.
I have benefited a lot from Indian Parliamentary Internship Program. After that, I have shared the experience which I have get from Indian Parliamentary to other Ethiopian Parliament members.
My own experience of iTech has been very fruitful professionally and memorable personally.
India's development cooperation is a key component of India's foreign policy. It is free from conditionalities and is strongly rooted in the principles of partnership, mutual benefit, and solidarity. India believes that growth and prosperity of the world are indivisible. We all grow together.
I am thankful to iTech and India.
Я учусь жить изобильно в будущем.
Men ilm o'rganyapman va butun umrga do'st orttiryapman.
iTech program كويس قوي ولو رجع بيا الزمن هختاره كل مرة.
J'ai appris et emporte avec moi une expérience magnifique de l'Inde.
Nga naumbe yenten sap leisure al hapchi se shuni ila. Yo vi el Taj Mahal, estuvo maravilloso.
Я люблю индийскую кухню.
जानम देख लो मिट गई दूरियां मैं यहाँ हूँ
Thank you very much, Shikha. We proceed further in our inaugural session. We now request Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Director, Amity Business School, to address the participants. Dr. Bansal has over 33 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultancy. With over 225 research papers to his credit, he has also authored 54 books. He has earned several awards for lifetime achievements as an academician, leader, and institution builder. Over to you, sir, Dr. Sanjeev.
Thank you so very much, Brigadier Sharma, for this wonderful introduction. Friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the wonderful participants from our friendly countries, Peru, Angola, Nepal, Tanzania, Myanmar, Mozambique, Tunisia, and Morocco, in Indian Technical Economical Corporation for Capacity Building in this 59th year of this program. I am representing Amity Business School of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Amity Business School is the flagship institution and the first school of higher education of this group, established in 1995, which is now spread over all the 7 continents, including 17 states of India and 17 countries of the world. I am being given a very difficult task of giving you 4-week program of management where I am supposed to cover maximum of Master of Business Administration MBA program content, which is basically for 2 years. And we are given to understand that we have to give you everything in this possible 4 weeks program. It's going to be a uphill task, But I am not surprised at all, because when we are having people like you who are already working, who have achieved so much in life, and still they have decided to unlearn themselves and relearn themselves, I think learning should not be any problem. Management, as we all know, around the world, 1881, we had started formally the management education in University of Pennsylvania. Wharton Business School was the first school to start with MBA education. And now it's the most sought after program around the world. Every country of the world, we have defined business schools. MIT Business School is an exceptional school in India. It has top ranking. It is in top ranking. And we are also having number of different MBA programs. When we speak about management program, we have many fields: strategy, marketing, HR, finance, operation, IT, retail management, rural management, and whatnot. If you just name a program in management, and we are having it too often. Through this program of 4 weeks, we have tried that we should be giving you every important aspect of management. See, you are all government officials, you are all into administration. So one thing is very sure, that administration is now your part of working affairs. You are all working in administrative positions, and you all know about administration. These additional inputs, I'm very sure, are going to be very helpful for you. And we have basically kept these 4 weeks in such a way that first week we are going to give you few lessons, few teaching lessons of strategy, followed by marketing, HR, operations, finance, and IT. We have tried from our side that we should be incorporating the most updated recent things which are required for any MBA graduate. We have tried, we have discussed, we have debated. I am fortunate to have Faculty of Management Studies here in MIT University of Uttar Pradesh, where we have number of institutions, and we have tried, we have called every expert of the field to give their input so that this program can be given for the maximum utilization of all of you. Still, to err is human, we all may have defaulted at some time. So my request to all of you is, during the course of this 4 weeks program, please go through all these modules, note down everything. Wherever you feel there is something where we can improve, just note down all the points. At the end of the program, I will be requesting all of you to share your honest feedback, so that for the next program, we should be updating ourselves. That is all from my side, friends. And before I say to the MC to proceed further, I just wish to say namaste to all of you. This is the Indian tradition of welcoming. Just do I have sharing screen, Shika, option?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
So just for all, I hope all of you can see the screen.
Yes.
Initially, I started with good morning, good evening, good afternoon. In India, we have a very simple way to say namaste. This is a traditional Indian welcome. To bow to you, let there be a solution to you, I bow to you. This is basically we all do whenever we are moving with anybody, whenever we are exchanging greetings, and it signifies I honor the place in you where the universe resides. I honor the place in you of love, of light, of truth, of peace. I honor the place within you where, if you are in that place in you and I am in that place of me, there is only one of you. Thank you so very much, friends. I just wish you all a very happening, very wonderful, outcome-based learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, for the wonderful introduction to the program and to the Indian tradition of Namaste. Thank you very much, sir. Now we will proceed ahead. I will request Dr. Shikha to give us an idea about the course that is going to be conducted over the next 4 weeks. Over to you, Dr. Shikha.
Thank you, Brigadier Sir. And I welcome again all the participants for these 4 weeks online program on Executive Course in Business Administration. So give me a moment to share the screen to have a look on our course overview. So here we are going to progress with our 4 weeks program. Yes, a person who is led by example, somebody who has not only a vision to educate, but also to build a nation worldwide. He is the one and only one, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is the founder president, Ratnanand Balved Education Foundation. He has been striving hard to establish this entire universe of MIT. MIT University has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally, and it has been into the topmost ranking by QS University Rankings and the World University Rankings here, where MIT has already badged its position in the top 3%. If we talk about accreditation, yes, MIT University has been accredited with prestigious accreditation of US and UK. Ahead, as already Dr. Sanjeev has discussed, that we have been expanding all across the globe. Here we have partners with global institutions. There are 14 universities and institutes in USA. Then we have universities and partnering institutes at Canada and 3 at UK. If we talk about our expansion, our various campuses which have been there in India, it has spread into 17 states, may it be Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad, Patna, Pune, Kochi, Chandigarh, Mumbai, and here at Noida, from where we all have logged in and we are virtually connected. If we talk about MIT Global Campuses, it has been into various countries all across the globe. It's in Australia, US, UK, Taiwan, Kenya, South Africa, Uzbekistan, Netherlands, Singapore, Dubai, as well as in Mauritius. Let's have a look on MIT Institute of Training and Development. We have been from past 15 years in this industry, where we have been training and providing learning solutions to various organizations who have partnered with us. More than 200 organizations we have served. And we have also trained around 2 lakh, in fact, more than 2 lakh participants from these training and developments ongoing programs. We have a pool developed with coaches, researchers, trainers all across, which are there, more than 300 plus of coaches who are delivering and felicitating in the entire training sessions. We have been covering many areas, upcoming areas and aspects and features in various domains, more than 150 plus. Along with that, we have been adding and we have been incorporating the expertise of our distinguished speakers, professionals who have been experienced in these domains, which are again 40 plus, and they have been constantly guiding us and training our participants through this learning journey programs that we develop at AITD. Coming on to the objective of the engagement of this entire 4 weeks program, this course is obviously thematically structured. We have structured modules with an objective to have a focus on business aspects along with the nuances of the business. If we talk about the core or the objective of this program, it is to enable the participants to acquire the MBA style education, to enhance their skills, accelerate their career, and to manage their business acumen all across at their workplace. To the learning outcome. Yes, this 4 weeks program, when our participants are undergoing, there would be certain key benefits, there would be learning outcomes on which this program would be focusing across. We would be focusing on the program where the participants would be able to develop that strategic thinking ability, which would be again implementing across various areas of their lives, may it be finance, may it be HR, may it be operations. Then they would be again enhancing the use of IT and innovation, which would again assist in the management of their organization. Then they would be mitigating 3 types of risk through this learning journey, may it be related to customer, business model, or technical aspects. And then lastly, they would be again acquiring certain transferable soft skills, the certain qualities which are essential, leading themselves and their team in the organization with the help of analytical skills, thinking, and communication areas. Then, how this program is structured. This program is comprising of 6 modules, and here we would be starting with the strategic thinking module. The central idea of this module is to develop strategic thinking in your organization and how to develop a strategic plan to achieve the goals for ourselves, for our team, and for our organization. To develop this strategic plan for your organization, this first module would be focused on. Then it would be followed by marketing. Yes, goods and services are not complete products until they are in the hands of customers. Here comes the role of marketing. May it be any segment of marketing like selling, promoting, advertising. Here in this module, we would dwell with fundamental practices that every company has to carry out. May it be identifying customers, researching their needs and preferences, or analyzing factors that influence their purchasing decisions and persuading them to buy certain products and services. We would also talk about changing dynamics of marketing, the who, what, why, and how of digital marketing. The most important part of HR is the people or the employees of the organization. Without employees, HR will not exist. Yes, people who make up the workforce of an organization, business sector, industry, or economy. Progress and success is handy if we have high-performing teams and star performers in our organization. This is what we would reflect upon in our HR module. Here comes again an integral part of the organization wherein we would talk about money. May it be in terms of budget, cost, balance sheet, financial statements, and so on. We would explore more on developing the insights on financial standing of the organization. Then we would be having another module on operations, one of the most integral part of any organization that covers managing production rhythms through seamless process. And last but not the least, we would talk about technology and innovation. The evolution of technology has made it possible to achieve a lot in less time. It has given us tools and machines to be used to solve various problems around the world. There has been a complete transformation in the way we do things because of contribution from scientific technology. So this is the entire structured module divided into 6 areas that we would be talking about in these 4 weeks program. And here is the detailed course flow day-wise. So let's have a look day-wise plan of the course, where in the first week, we would dwell with strategic thinking and marketing module. In the second week onwards, we would be diving deep into human resource aspects. And then in the third week, we have the finance module where we would be talking about financial statements, budgeting, costing, cost ratios. And at the last week, we would dive deep into operations and technology module. So this is how we have structured and systematically designed our day-wise course flow. Now, here comes our mentors, the main driving force for this entire program. We have our CEO of MIT Institute of Training and Development, Dr. Nitin Batra, and Brigadier R.K. Sharma, who is the director of MIT Institute of Training and Development. Without their support and guidance, we would not have been able to, get all the accumulated knowledge in this course intact altogether. So these have been the driving force for our entire program. And here comes our coaches, our felicitators, our catalysts to initiate the entire program, who would be interacting with you on the ongoing program. And you will be having certain sessions where you would be exchanging the knowledge, the expertise that each one of them have been holding till date today. So these are our coaches, our faculty members who would be there to take the learning journey forward. So here with this note, we come to the culmination of the course overview, and over to you, Brigadier Sir.
Thank you very much, Shikha. Before we request our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Nitin Batra, to address the participants, it would be of interest to all of us to get an idea of the expectations of the participants from this iTech course. So may we request our participants who are with us to briefly tell us about what they expect to learn from this course. Also, please, when you speak, just tell us your name and your country, and if possible, a little bit about the job or the role that you are performing, which will help us to understand your training requirements. So can we throw it open to the house for anybody to unmute himself and give us an idea about their expectations. We can start with Mr. Jose. You were the first to log in, and you are also the farthest from where we are. Mr. Joseph Sotelo from Peru. Can we request you to tell us what you expect to learn from this course, sir, Mr. Jose?
And please correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Mr. Jose?
Good morning. My name is Jose Sotelo. I am from Peru. I am employed at SUNAT, is tax administration in Peru. I have many expectations about this course. Let me say, it's interesting. It's a great opportunity in this course for me. Thanks.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm especially connected by heart with you because one of the best managers in my life that I experienced was Peruvian, Juan Jose, and he was also the youngest president of Johnson & Johnson. And then he went on to be a CEO of a medical device company out in Denmark. He taught me a lot, took me to Peruvian restaurants every time he got a chance in London, and also taught me about the music. So very welcome, Jose, to the program. Please let all of us know about Peruvian culture as you attend the course as well. It's a beautiful culture.
Thanks, so beautiful.
Thank
Many
you.
of the food is so beautiful.
Can we move ahead, come a little closer to Tanzania? We have Mr. Rafael from Tanzania. Could you share with us your expectations from the course, Mr. Rafael? You can hear me? You're logged in. Or can we have Miss Thida A from Myanmar? She's joined us. Thida, can you unmute yourself, Thida?
Yes. Hello everyone.
Thida, you might be logged in from 2 devices. So
Yes.
just you can mute on the other device. You don't have to switch it off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah. Hello everyone. My name is Thida. I am assistant lecturer at Civil Service Academy and Union Civil Service Board. As a civil service personnel, I expected to get leadership skill, communication skill, and business intelligence from this program. Thank you.
Welcome, Thida. Where are you joining us from, Thida?
Yes. Yeah.
Where?
Myanmar.
Which?
Myanmar.
Myanmar.
I am from
Welcome.
Myanmar. Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
And how do you pronounce your name?
Thida. Thida. A-Y-E.
Yeah, great. Welcome.
Yes. Yes.
Our countries share a lot of culture, a lot of history. I was recently in a program where they were teaching meditation, and even though meditation, this particular practice began in India and the mountains of Nepal, it has been preserved in Myanmar. And now India has learned about that practice. Well, now means 1970s, to bring that back into India the way it was authentically practiced. So we thank Myanmar for that as well. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Thida. Can we now request Mr. Nitesh Patel from Nepal to share his expectations from the course? Mr. Nitesh, can you unmute yourself? Nitesh Patel from Nepal.
And as Nitesh is unmuting himself, we also have Andrea, who's raised his hand. Andrea, do you want to jump in here? Then we'll turn to Mohammed. Andrea, do you want to just unmute yourself at this moment? We can see you clearly. I think we'll just give a moment for audio to catch up. If at this moment you want to turn off your video to conserve bandwidth, feel free to do that. Maybe that helps. And then you can try in the middle to come in again on video.
Yes, everyone, you hear? Or that?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Andrea. Welcome.
Okay, it's better.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the welcome. Namaste. It's for me.
So I think the voice is going in and out. Voice is going in and out, Andrea. I don't know if you can hear me clearly. So slight issue perhaps with bandwidth. Is there a possibility that you can move maybe to a wider bandwidth area? Just let us know.
Pleasure to be here with you.
We can move forward.
Hello, everyone.
Meanwhile, if you permit. Is Mr. Nitesh been able to log in?
We'll check in with Andrea in a moment, just to check in on the bandwidth. Mr. Mohammed, welcome, welcome, welcome. Where are you joining us from?
Good morning and hello everyone. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mteen, and I'd like to thank Mr. Sharma and all the staff to give me the chance to follow this course. I am from Tunisia. My name is Mohamed Adnan Zayan, and I am working in the Tunisian Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. It's a new experience for me because I am an IT engineer. I hope that I improve my skills in all aspects of business and entrepreneurship and innovation. And thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for that introduction, Mohammed. I haven't had the fortune of visiting your beautiful country. At some point, hopefully that changes. My father has. He was working in Indian Railways, and there was a lot of cooperation. Even at that time, this is 15 years ago, between India and the northern African countries, the rest of Africa around infrastructure. So he talks about the hospitality, the food, the warmth. So welcome.
You are welcome. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Who'd like to just jump in next? Share where you're joining us from. Hello, hi, is that Mamta?
Yes, yeah.
We can hear you, go ahead.
Yeah, sure, okay. My name is Mamta Chaudhary. I'm from Nepal. Currently, I'm working as an operation and finance specialist in one of the development sector. My expectation to joining this training is basically to upgrade my knowledge in the current situation in perspective of the managerial as well as the financial perspectives. Thank you.
Great, fantastic. Thanks for joining in, Mamta. And during the finance section, please share your experience as well with the participants
Sure.
on some of the challenges you face and how do you solve them. That would be a great learning. We also see Dunia who's joined, Apalicio that has joined, Rafael. Please correct us if we are mispronouncing any of our names. Sebastian, welcome as well. Tan, feel free to unmute, jump in, just say a hello. And if you're not able to turn on your video or unmute yourself, just say hello in chat. Let us know where you're joining us from. Tan, I see you unmuted with your video on. We can see you clearly. Please help correct me on how to pronounce your name first so that I learn.
Yes, my name is Tan Mien Thi. Tan Mien Thi. I'm professor and also head of the Department of Management Study from Civil Service Academy under UCSB, Union Service Board, Myanmar. I'm very interested. My responsibility is to deliver management science to trainees who come from various department of government and government sector. So I want to need more and more knowledge, everything, because I'm a lecturer, professor. I need to know everything about knowledge, management, business, all of the relation, correlation between each other. So I'm very excited for accepting me to attend this training program. Very excited, very hope to get a lot of knowledge from this program and will be applying more and more knowledge to my for my services to deliver management related subjects to civil servants from public sector in Myanmar. Thank you very much for your program and for your services. Thank you.
Welcome, Tian. And can I ask, do you run long-term courses or short-term?
Yes, my nature of my trainee is minimum 2 months to 3.5 months. So some trainee courses are hybrid, some are in-house courses. So we need to train both of the trainee courses, in-house or hybrid courses. Sometimes we have to do online training using Zoom app. Yes, sir.
Great. Please let us know what works and what is perhaps a new idea coming from this program. So we learn from each other.
Yes.
Welcome, Tian. Who'd like to jump in next? Dunia, Afalicio, would you like to jump in? Andrea, should we try again on voice? Otherwise, we'll use chat. Not a problem. Andrea, do you want to go ahead?
Hello, yes, please.
Much better, actually. I think
managed.
much better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thanks for the patience. Well, my name is Andrea Alegría. I'm from Peru as well. I am having difficulty with the internet connection because I live in Iquitos, which is a city into the Amazon, near the Amazon River. So here we don't have the fabric optic. And so our internet is like quite slow. I have to do some things to make it fast. For me, it's a pleasure to be here during with all these professionals. And I am very interested in learning the Indian way, which is known worldwide for its kind and simplicity into the professional world. And exactly with this program, I am very interested in knowing how the management really grabs all of the areas in an institution, whether it is private or public. It all grabs up into working for an objective. I am licensed in business in international management. So here in Peru, at least, well, I think worldwide there is a idea of whether you should go for an MBA first and then go specialize, or maybe you should specialize first and then go for an MBA. So I think this will be a great opportunity to know. And I think I also think this is a very challenging way of you guys to nurturing with all the knowledge in 4 weeks. I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Andrea, welcome. You've captured the challenge well. My quick response on that is both are important. Very few people focus on being broad and then being detailed at the same time. And great managers, great leaders are able to do that at the same time. One of the discussions that Warren Buffett and Bill Gates used to have and still have continuously, which is the reason for their great relationship, is that they're able to understand their businesses as systems. How do systems work, right? So at a broadest level possible. And even they, I think, would confess that they can't predict everything. So a black swan event like COVID, for example, very few people could have predicted it at just the time that it happened. So it's important to be broad so that you're not missing out on anything. You're covering the complexity of every issue that you're dealing with. And then it's also important to be specific so that you can come up with the right answers for the situation rather than be lost at the broad level itself. So my short answer is, for most problems, don't think about it as either or sequentially. It's usually something that moves together at the same time, and that's with life as well. So I would love to hear your thoughts as we go along the course more on this topic, because you've raised an important question, which is the reason why this course exists, which is, let's cover all areas of management within a short time that you're able to spend with us, and then give you enough of a deep insight on those specific areas. So we address issues rather than keep it as a generic course. So thank you for that. We would also, of course, as we go along, Andrea, love to learn about ceviche, as well as other foods that Peru is famous for, and maybe also the music. And that goes for Myanmar and Nepal and other areas as well. Morning, Aparicio. Welcome, Andrea. Morning, Aparicio. Please go ahead if you can unmute yourself. If not, just let us know via chat where you're joining us from, and what do you expect from the course. Sebastian, go ahead, please.
Hi, nice to meet you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sebastian. I'm also from Peru. Nice to meet you, Nitin, Rajesh, everybody from Amity. First of all, sorry because I'm dressed like this, but here in Peru is 2 a.m., almost 2 a.m. So most of the times you will find me dressed like this. Because we're ready to go to bed, but I think that it is worthy to do the effort just to absorb all the knowledge from this program. My expectations from it is are really very related, because I have a business, my own business, and I try to apply all the knowledge that you are going to share with us in this program. So this is my main objective: to grab, to get, and to apply all the knowledge that you're going to give us in this program. I'm really keen, especially on the management and in the marketing areas that we are going to see in this program. And also, I'm really glad, needing to know that you have been and that you have been taught, and you know something about our culture, our music, our food. It is really good to know that that Peru is being known around the globe. So thank you all.
Absolutely. More than welcome, Sebastian. And these days, if you wear a suit, you are probably earning $100. If you wear a t-shirt, you're probably earning 1,000. So the world has changed. Feel free to wear whatever you wish. And thank you for joining in so late at night in our program. Would anyone else like to join in? Aparicio, thank you for mentioning on chat. Do correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. You're joining in from Mozambique. Wonderful. We just did a face-to-face program here last week, which was on digitally connected supply chains of the future. And we had participants from Mozambique as well. So it was a pleasure to host them on our campus. You're looking to understand management processes and techniques for day-to-day business administration. Wonderful. Great. So we'll keep those introductions going. I'll just request my team to make space during the breaks so that participants from various countries in the first break, for example, are able to share their favorite music and maybe add a YouTube link. In another break, they're able to share their favorite food from their places. Third break, maybe their favorite movie from their countries. and definitely add our own perspective here from India. So let's have a cultural exchange running side by side with the program as we get down to work and talk about business. Brigadier Sharma, go ahead, please. I think the rest of the participants can join in whenever they feel comfortable.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin. Thank you very much. We come to the end of our inaugural session. We have received a lot of support from many people within and outside the university, whom we need to thank. I'll request Shikha to tell us about the people who have helped us in conducting this program and thank them. Over to you, Shikha.
Thank you, Brigadier Sir. Thank you. I would like to propose vote of thanks to our Ministry of External Affairs for sponsoring this 4 weeks executive program in business administration. We would like to thank Amity Business School, Amity College of Commerce and Finance, Amity School of Business, CII School of Logistics, ABS and SN Jaipur for designing the course and inviting experts from corporates to address the key theme and weigh in on the topics and trends therein. Thank you, IT team, for making all the arrangements for this inaugural session. It is your commitment and dedicated efforts that help us to thrive in today's digital environment to make our online sessions successful and seamless. Hope we have a great learning journey together. Now I hand over to Dr. Pooja Sareen, who is Associate Professor at Amity Business School, for the commencement of our learning journey ahead. Over to you, Dr. Pooja.
Thank you so much. Am I audible, Dr. Shikha?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah. Namaste, everyone. Welcome to all the participants who have joined us from different parts across the globe. And just like Dr. Bansal mentioned in his inaugural address, Namaste, as per our Indian tradition, means we salute to the divine in you. Each one of you for us is a divine soul. So with these greetings, Dr. Shikha, I would just like to know from you, shall we begin or shall we give them a quick 5 minutes break post-inaugural and then start with the session? How do we go about it?
Take a short break, 5 minutes, ma'am. Take a short break.
Yeah, because the program schedule mentions a break of 5 minutes. Yeah. So I'll be with all of you for next 60 minutes, but let's first take a 5 minutes break. Have your morning tea, evening tea, just refresh so that we are charged up for a 60-minute session on what makes a strategic thinker. Once again, welcome everybody to the session on how to be a strategic thinker. I am Pooja and I shall be there with you for next 60 good minutes. It's a very pleasant winter morning here in India, and I'm sure you're all very comfortable in your places, ready to kickstart this amazing journey and being as excited as we are for this journey. You know, I was very keenly listening to the viewpoints of the participants shared, where Dr. Nitin Batra facilitated, setting the tone of the session. And really happy to know that many of you are very clear with your expectations as you enter the program today. Most of you, when I was listening, whether it be Miss Andrea, or Mr. Host, there you were all looking out for, somewhere down the line to learn, to unlearn, to relearn the management skills and competencies which would be needed in a very, very tough and challenging business environment that lies ahead. And we promise you on behalf of Team AITD, all the coaches, that we shall be together with you in this journey where, we will facilitate the development of skills and competencies that are most needed for a successful manager or a successful leader in today's environment. I will start with a very famous quote which says, "It's not the biggest that survives, nor the smartest, but the species that is most adaptable. And culture eats strategy for breakfast." And this is the reason, as the breakfast week for this course, we have kept initial 3 good days for strategy module, where I would begin in this session to set the context for strategy by addressing what makes you a strategic thinker. So before I proceed, I would like to know from all of you, are you all comfortable? Give me a thumbs up if we are all comfortable and ready to start our journey. Just raise your hand or give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Mamta. Thank you, Mohammed. Sir. Great. All others, if possible, please open up your videos. We would love to see your beautiful faces, which are hidden behind your camera. If not possible, please, we would love to hear your voices. Connect with us on voice throughout the session. One of the participants during the ITC video, which was shown by Brigadier Sharma, the beautiful participant sang the song Janam Dekh Lo Mit Gayi Duriyan. It's a very famous, very loved song in our country from the Bollywood movie Veer Zara. And I'm sure, with the efforts of our government through this ITEC program, we are overcoming the boundaries. We are jumping into each other's boundaries. We are connecting, and the distance is no longer a challenge for all of us, and that's visible in this program. So how are you all? Are we excited? Are we excited to go ahead? I would love to listen from you. Yes, Miss Mamta.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, ma'am. So ma'am, are you excited for the first session? What makes a strategic thinker?
Yeah, it's very good model, strategy thinker. It's very new for me. I'm so excited for this session.
Okay. So in your job profile, ma'am, are you somewhere, involved in strategic thinking, strategic planning in your organization?
Yeah, I'm not directly exactly involved, but I'm supporting to my managers how they strategically prepare planning. On that section, I have involved, but independently, I haven't yet involved on that part.
Okay. Definitely. In my 2 decades of research, consultancy, and coaching experience, even I have been fortunate enough to have worked with organizations in various sectors. And one thing that I conclude is that organizations will succeed when people at all levels, from junior to middle to senior, they develop a strategic mindset and they are able to think unthinkably. So when we scan our environment to think unthinkably, the organizations together will grow to greater heights. Are we on the same page, Mohammed Zain, sir? How are you doing, sir?
Hello, Miss. Nice to meet you. And,
Hi. Yeah. Okay. So are you involved in strategic role in your organization, or strategic thinking process or planning process?
Yes. I am working in the Tunisian ICT ministry, and every 3-4 years we planify the strategic digital transformation plan of Tunisia.
Right.
Yes. We work on the strategic thinking in the digital area.
Okay. So, I'm sure all of us, in this virtual meeting would agree that developing a strategic thinking mindset is very, very critical for employees at all levels, because it makes you capable of thinking critically, innovatively, logically, and that actually, somewhere down the line breaks the rule of the competition and helps your organization advance, especially in today's time. I'm sure all the countries of the world got united during the pandemic times. Some countries suffered the worst, some were able to manage, but we all realized that if our one foot is in the present, another foot definitely has to be in future. And we have to manage the unforeseen. Although pandemic was not a part of any country's strategic plan, any organization's strategic plan, but through again the right strategy, countries were able to better manage pandemic.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? All the participants, what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes. So similarly, in a business environment, even in our lives, there would be a lot of things, we would be planning, we would be looking forward to. All of us like to be forward thinkers. That's a human nature. instead of being in the present, we are more focused to the future. So we might end up facing environments where our strategic, the plan that we've prepared for doesn't work. But at the end of it, that doesn't stop us from developing a strategic mindset, because that's the need of every hour. So with this, let's begin with the session. Let me just share the slides with all of you. If at any point of time you want me to repeat anything, please feel free. Ask me to take a pause and jump into the discussion. And as such, I want it to be totally interactive. We would love to hear your views, because then we get a global perspective to the session. Can we request more of the participants, if possible, at their end to switch on their cameras, if that's possible, please? Or just give me a thumbs up if we are okay so far, so good. That would really be great help. Yes, thank you so much. So I'm sure my slides are visible here. Now this session talks about why, what is strategic thinking is what first we'll discuss. What are the different perspectives to thinking strategically in one's life, in one's organization, in one's workspace. We will move on to understand what are the certain enablers of strategic thinking, meaning to understand, what actually facilitates strategic thinking in your workspace, in your organization. We will also move to further understand, there are two sides of the coin. What are the challenges or inhibitions which you may face at your level, at the level of your colleagues, and at a bigger level, that is the level of your organization, when you feel that it is important to develop a strategic mindset, you want to apply strategic thinking in your workspace, but there could be certain challenges, certain inhibitions. So with these three biggest pointers is what we're going to discuss in the 60-minute session ahead. Okay. And those who are not able to connect with us on voice, please use chat extensively throughout the session, because that's another way we get connected if we have a poor bandwidth issue out there. Okay, so now moving ahead with this, let's first discuss what is strategic thinking. Can I have your inputs, group? What is strategic thinking to you? Yes, participants may connect with us on voice, or they will connect with us on chat. What, according to you, is strategic thinking? Yes, can we inputs? Mr. Than, can we have inputs? What, according to you, is strategic thinking? You may unmute yourself, please. I think he's having problems unmuting himself. Mohammed sir, if we can have some inputs, Mr. Hose, Ms. Mamta, all others. Can we have some inputs?
Yes, it's a thinking in the strategic level.
Okay. Okay, great.
In my views, the strategic thinking means it's concerning the long-term thinking in order to cope the challenges which may come in coming future. So it's long-term views, strategic thinking.
Long-term thinking, okay. Great. It's actually, thank you, Mr. Sebastian. Also, you mentioned on the chat, it is to analyze the context to develop a plan in order to generate value. So yes, very rightly said by Mr. Sebastian also, we are looking at the outcomes. We are looking at how we can actually change the rules of the competitive game. How we can have and think of a better future that is much better than where we are at present. Great. Long-term thinking, very rightly said, ma'am. Great. What else? Who would like to add here? Yes, what else is strategic thinking? We encourage you to put your thoughts on chat, because that will help us to collaboratively, work together in this journey of learning, collaborating, and developing.
Good morning, Dr. Pooja.
Good morning, Miss Andrea. How are you doing? You have a lovely voice.
Great, thanks. Thanks
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, please.
What I think is strategic thinking is as well, long-term thinking, thinking of various outcomes.
Yeah.
Maybe it could go wrong, it could go well, and thinking and before it.
Yes, please. We are able to hear you. Go ahead, Miss Andrea. I think connection issues are our biggest challenge, and we need to strategize how to overcome this challenge. That's the first strategy I think we all need to think about, how to overcome this challenge. Okay, so what we could infer from what Miss Andrea wanted to say, she again has a connection issue. She says it's thinking of outcome. Yes, every strategy is outcome driven, because what we are looking at, what goals we are looking at, strategy helps us to reach to those goals. It is a forward thinking function. Thank you, Mr. Than, for mentioning that on the chat. And great inputs from Mohammad Zain, sir, as he says, it's a mental or a thinking process. Yes, we need to think deeply again and again, over the same things. It involves a lot of critical thinking. It involves a lot of innovative mindset is what we'll see as we proceed with the session. Okay, it's a cognitive activity. It produces thought. Very rightly said, Mohammed sir. Any other inputs from all the other participants around the world? What are the other inputs? Let's have a global perspective on what is strategic thinking according to you. More participants I can see. I can see Mr. Dipesh there logged in also. Mr. Dipesh, would you like to contribute? We have Daunia Jafar. I am sorry if I have mispronounced your name. Can we hear from you? Can we hear from the participants? I understand it's day one. Internet issues might also be happening. We have Rafael Mbonosiel from Tanzania. Can we hear from you? Theta I is also here. Can we hear from you? Participants, if you are having problems, you may mention your inputs on the chat, but let's make it truly, truly interactive for the sessions ahead. So what we could infer so far from what participants even contributed to strategic thinking is that strategic thinking is a novel way. It's a way to discover, way to imagine, way to come to a path where we can beat competition, make new rules of the game, envision future which is much more superior and far-sighted and is going to be much more outcome oriented than our present. Ms. Mamta also mentions it on the chat that it reflects the bridging thinking between setting a goal and achieving it. Absolutely, Ms. Mamta, you very rightly pinned it out there. It is where you are now, where you want to go, and how would you get to that level. That's purely, where strategy is going to help us. A very, very logically planned process, and which is fueled by data being the backbone of any strategy. So with this, we move ahead. Any other inputs? Okay, thank you, Rafael Mbonsier, for connecting with us on chat. Pardon me if I have pronounced your name wrong here. Rafael says it's basically the practice of selecting long-term and goal formulating an action plan towards reaching the goal. Absolutely, absolutely correct. Amazing inputs by the participants so far. Many of the participants are trying to connect with us. They are trying to enter the meeting also. Welcome all of you as you connect here. This is a session on what makes a strategic thinker. Okay, so now here again, I want you all to spend some time thinking deeply on this. Now, I'm sure, whether we are in the team leader's role or we are in the team member's role, we have definitely been a part of a project or a part of some intended work or a meeting where, which was fueled by thinking in a different way so as you meet a challenge. The problem is such that you are involved in deep thinking. First of all, I would like to ask, how many of you here in the session from the participant list, how many of you are in the team leaders role, in the senior managerial roles? Can you please raise your hands? How many of you are managing teams? You are in leadership role, day in, day out, facing the challenges? How many of us? What's your role? What's your role, Miss Mamta? Are you managing a team or you are involved in individual work?
Yeah, I'm managing the team. Actually, I'm working as an operation specialist in my organization, in my team. So not directly leading, but I'm supporting our leaders.
Okay, so like you said, even in our initial conversations, that not directly, but yes, you are supporting strategy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, middle level. You can say that it's middle level.
It's mid level, and I'm Miss Mamta, I'm sure you would agree. Top level is making strategy. The execution part is with the middle level, and that's the toughest.
Yeah, that's
you may make a strategy,
yeah,
and if there's nobody to achieve it, it's just a hallucination. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I'm fully agree with you.
Yeah, so it's actually the middle and the lower level which is actually helping that strategy to actually take a clear picture and work throughout.
Definitely, they just they receive from the inputs from the lower level, middle level. Then only they can decide their.
Absolutely. Mr. Than, you've raised your hand. Please, sir, we would love to hear from you.
Yes, I am professor and also lecturer, and my major responsibility is to deliver management science to trainees, and so I am also head of the department. So I have to manage, I have to teach, and also manage our department member to teach well their respective courses. So at the same time, I have to lecture and also manage all of my members to be working together to achieve our passion. Yes.
Okay, that's great. That's great. And I am totally with you. I totally understand how difficult your role is when you are in teaching, when you are heading the department, when you are at a professor role, managing the students on one end, managing the university. You are working with the university or an institute, Mr. Than?
No, man. I am Civil Service Academy.
Okay, Service Academy.
Our clients in civil service, our trainees, yes.
Okay. So definitely, managing their aspirations would be a biggest challenge. Am I right?
That's right.
Absolutely. Great. And meanwhile, I would also love to thank Daunia Jaffer, ma'am, because she sent me a direct message and she writes, strategic thinking is a process from defining to analyzing to improving and to controlling a specific problem. Thanks for connecting with us. We would love to listen more from you during the session. Sebastian Wills says, with a thumbs up, reacted to strategic thinking. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sebastian, to show your emotions at this point of time. Seems you feel interested in the session. Good to go. Now the situation is that think of a time, let's take 1 minute. Think of a time when we were faced with a challenge, whether we were managing our project or in our day-to-day work. There was a difficult situation or there was a challenge. And, how did you address that challenge? What was your modus operandi? We would love to know from you. There was an important challenge. You participated in a meeting, something your team was trying to achieve. So what were your contributions? Think of that situation and how did you contribute to the success of the meeting or to the success of the project? We would again love to hear from you because listening to the participants is what I love. But those who have a connection issue, feel free to share the details on the chat. 1 minute to all of us.
Professor, can you repeat the question? Because I don't have.
Okay. Yes. Surely, Mohammed Zain sir. So can you see here on the slide, I mentioned the situation. Is my slide visible to you?
Yes.
Yes, it says any point of time in your career or, during your recent past when you were working, I'm sure you are all at middle level, senior level positions. There you would have participated in a meeting, or you would have participated in discussions for an ongoing project, and the project was challenging. You had to work towards a desired outcome. So what was your role? We are trying to see how you incorporated strategic thinking in that project or to achieve that goal. This is what we are looking at. Your examples, your experiences. So I give 1 minute to think. I'm sure we've all come across. I think Miss Andrea can think very strategically over her cup of tea that she's enjoying right now, right, Miss Andrea?
Yes, cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee. Oh, that's great. That's great.
It's 2 in the morning here in Peru.
It's 2 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
Oh my God, you look so fresh. That's great. Oh, what time is there, Miss Mamta?
I'm from Nepal. That's why it's almost similar to the India. That's
Yeah,
no
similar
problem.
to India. Absolutely.
It's only 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. What time is it there, Mr. Than, Mohammed sir? What time is it there?
Professor, it's 8 o'clock.
It's 8 in the morning?
Morning, yes, 8 o'clock or morning. Yes.
So 8 o'clock in the morning, I am after your life to think strategically. That's great. But that's my session and that's my job. Mr. Than, what time is it?
Yes.
What time is it?
What time is it now?
Yeah, now. What is the time by your watch?
Or in my watch?
What is the time by your watch? Is it morning? Is it evening? What is the time out there?
Yes, I'm from government sector, public service. That is, all of the government services in my institute, in my academy, start from 8 o'clock in the morning and
8 o'clock.
finish at 4:30 p.m. in the evening.
Okay,
Yes.
great. I feel, Mr. Than is quite detailing sort of a person. He gives a lot of details into it and I really appreciate. Okay, great. So we have Mr. Hose. Mr. Hose, what time is it there? We can't see your complete face. If you can adjust the camera, it would be really good. Mr. Hose.
I think it's Jose.
I think it's
Jose Sotelo.
Jose Sotelo. Yeah.
Good morning. Nice to start.
Yeah, what time is it there?
It's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock afternoon or morning or night?
2 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock in the morning. It's 2 a.m. Okay, great. So you're awake early in the morning? Okay. So, okay, now getting back to our discussion. So would all the participants who've not switched on their cameras due to any reasons, we would encourage you to mention on chat, or we would love to hear from you. Think of a time or any experience where, your strategic inputs actually led to that success of the project, or, you think that you strategically contributed to the discussions for an ongoing project or to achieve a goal. Can you share any such experiences, Ms. Mamta? I'm sure, even working at middle level, supporting the higher ups, you would have come across such scenarios.
Actually, my task is related to the organizing international level workshop.
Okay.
For South Asia. And then I remember one meeting just due to this pandemic, no in-person meeting, but it's, that online just like now.
Okay.
So there was one meeting for the South Asia, basically for the cross-border meeting. It's related to the livestock.
Okay.
It's technical organization. My current organization is basically technical organization.
Right.
So my task is anyhow to convince the participant or to convince the the country to nominate their valuable person to participate on that meeting. But it's very difficult task, to connect with the government person. You better know that. And then how I strategically, made successful that event. It's basically coordination and communication. How perfectly I had to do coordination with them. So since I have given 2 months, to nominate, to get the nomination from the countries, and then it's very difficult task, to get the response for the government person. That's the great experience last 1 year ago, since there is no any meeting. So the main how I solve that problem, the purpose is the coordination and communication. Proper communication and coordination is one of the main. Statistically, I go through that, the communication and coordination with that person.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ms. Mamta, and a great insight that you've given us, how you met that challenge of nomination out there where you had to give. So you've talked about communication and coordination is what helped you in achieving your task. Okay, great.
Yes.
I am also writing down the points. I'm sure it is visible on the red out there on the screen. So as you share the inputs, I'm mentioning it for the other participants. Okay, you would like to add something more, Ms. Mamta, on it?
Yeah, the communication is not only the formal communication nowadays. You better know that nowadays social media, WhatsApp. So we also connected nowadays. We all person in the WhatsApp. So similarly, only not the formal communication. It very works through the to go through the social media. So it worked at that time.
So her strategy was also to involve the social
informal communication. We can say that rather than to go the formal communication, we can also go to the informal communication. People are nowadays more interested, that rather than to go the informal. So that works.
You have to make communication more attractive these days. Extra steps you have to take to make it more attractive. So that people come, they pay attention, and you get your nominations, right?
Yes. The main view is how they nominate.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mohammed sir is very, very serious. Mohammed sir, so what's your experience that you would love to share with us?
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, you can call me Pooja.
Okay, Professor Pooja.
Yeah.
Perhaps I remember the great project that in the strategic thinking that we do here in the ministry is the strategic plan, the ICT strategic plan 2025.
Okay.
I participated in the task force of, it's so far in the defining the plan of the new technology that should Tunisia put and use, like artificial intelligence or IoT for Internet of Things or cloud, to improve the innovation ecosystem.
Right.
In Tunisia. I participate with a professor, with many people related to the innovation ecosystem in Tunisia. I contribute by choosing the innovative technology that can Tunisia follow, become the leader in the world or in the region in Africa.
Okay. Great. Okay, so you feel somewhere down the line technology and innovation is a great enabler to strategy in the current environment?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Yes, there is no denying the fact, what helps you in strategic thinking, one of the enablers definitely is technology and innovation.
Yeah.
Miss Andrea, in your work environment where you have used this kind of thinking to sail across and get the desired outcomes, Can we hear from you, please?
Yes, I was thinking of a meeting we just have this last Saturday. I work in the municipality of my city. It's the municipality of the province of Minas.
Okay.
And I'm a specialist in the Office of Technical Cooperation.
Okay.
So we have communication with all the different managements in the municipality, and we are like a link between the managers and cooperants.
Okay.
And this last Saturday we had a meeting in the Museum of Iquitos, which is not in function, and we are trying to get it back in function. So we had a meeting with professionals in cultural experience from the University of La Católica, which is a private university here in Lima, and enjoying with the management of tourism of the municipality and these professionals in culture. They were like reaching and telling many ideas of how we can make this museum go back again.
Okay.
But we weren't reaching like a structured way of doing it. So I think my contribution there was, okay, these ideas are amazing. We can make this and that, but how do we do it? Where do we start? So I proposed to them like to make a structured plan on how to start, so that we can take action from the step one and begin, and not let this only into ideas.
Okay, absolutely. Structure plan to actually give shape to an idea. Am I right? Am I right, Miss
Yes.
Andrea? That's wonderful.
Yes.
The way you've summarized that. How do we give a structured plan? How do we come up with something, the ifs and thens, everything that, adopting a systems approach, adopting a systems thinking together with critical thinking, and give it a structure as to, we might have the best ideas in the world, but how to execute that, how to give a shape to it. That's again a very, very important contribution from a strategy perspective. Thank you so much. Many of you have shared your experiences. Meanwhile, I'll just take another 30 seconds. I have been admitting more participants out here. Pardon me if I pronounce it wrong, but we have Jiao Kim here with us and Kin O with us. Can you hear me, both the participants? Can we have a thumbs up, or can we hear from you? You've just joined.
Class.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Can we see your beautiful face behind the camera? Can we see that?
Just a moment, please.
Oh, how are you?
Yes.
How are you doing? Where have you joined from, sir?
Yes, I'm well. And it's a great pleasure to be here, taking this course.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are in the middle of a session where we've started, what makes a strategic thinker. So what is your job profile, if you can just share with us? And, are you involved in strategic thinking in your current job? We would love to hear from you. All the participants would love to hear.
Okay, now I work for Angola Telecom Companies, the telecommunication enterprise of Angola, and I'm an IT manager.
Okay. And do you think that developing a strategic thinking mindset is very important for the success of your job and your organization? What are your thoughts on it?
Okay, nowadays it's a tool that all managers should have. That's why I'm here to learn more about that and to innovate.
That's really great. That's really great. And welcome to this journey of learning, collaborating, and developing. Great to have you here. Can we have Mr. Kin O also? And we have been also joined by, although the complete name is not there, the name that is visible on the screen is M Source. Can we have you? Can we hear from you? Are you good? Are you comfortable? Nitesh Patel is also here. Can we hear from the participants who've just joined? We just want to check you're comfortable into the program. Please feel free to connect with us. Okay, seems they'll take a little more time to get into us. Okay, so great discussion so far. Are we all good? All the participants, are we all good? If you are on the camera, give me a thumbs up if it's going good. If we are on the same page. Is it going good, Miss Mamta, Mr. Mohammed? Is it going good? Oh my God, he has a 2 thumbs up. Okay, Mr. Hose. Okay, so far, from your experiences, we've just seen, what is strategic thinking and how you have been a part of the strategic thinking, in your current profiles. So moving ahead now, just give me a second. Clear all my drawings. Okay. So moving ahead from this is what we've got here on the screen for all of you is just a brief about what is strategic thinking in actual practice. Now, when we say strategic thinking, somewhere down the line, we are talking about creating opportunities. We are talking about compelling idea. And I'm sure all of us would acknowledge the way Google, in a short span of 18 years, just when it reached adulthood, it also reached a mark of crossing $530 billion in terms of market capitalization. And the credit goes to its compelling ideas that it has been coming up with, the way it has created opportunities by indexing the internet. I'm sure Google is a part of our everyday lives, starting from Google Maps to Google engines. And my children say, when I ask them to find something, they will say, Google, take help of Google, because Google can even find a needle from a haystack. So, anything that we need these days, Google is the first best option that comes to our mind. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? It is a part and parcel of our life. Thank you, Ms. Mamta. So the way it has created opportunities for the mankind, the way compelling ideas one after another, the way that organization is coming up has actually changed the game for the other players in the market. And it continues to do so by the way of the course of action that is taking, one step ahead by its forward thinking process. Any organization, when we say is involved in strategic thinking, individual level, group level, there is an anticipation of major shifts. Like I said, even during pandemic, anticipation, foresightedness, coming up with the right strategy was the key to survival at that point of time, key to managing the unforeseen challenges that may come up. Nobody was sure of what's going to happen, but those who clicked the right strategy at the right time were able to survive and others perished. Now, when we are talking about our business environment, we are talking about multiple stakeholders. Like Ms. Mamta said, she is not directly involved in strategy at a middle level, but supporting. Supporting is a big way. So who all are the stakeholders? Strategic thinking will use an approach where all the stakeholders, they benefit through a judicious foresight. And yes, like Ms. Andrea also mentioned in the beginning, it is outcome oriented. So a thinking with an outcome in picture, jumping again, taking a back seat, dealing with the data, fueling with the data, using your foresight, forward thinking, and moving ahead on the road. That is strategic thinking. With this, let's move ahead in the session. Anything that anybody would like to mention here, please go ahead. Otherwise, we move ahead. Now, what were your enablers is what we would like to know from you. The same situation, what helped you or even what did not help you, your enablers or your inhibitions is what we would like to know from you. What helped you in your journey to develop a strategic mindset, or what actually stops you from thinking on strategic lines? 30 seconds to all of you. Enablers and inhibitions, both is what we would look at. enablers and our inhibitors, both we would be discussing. Theta, we can see you. How are you doing? How are you doing? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
You connected from 2 devices?
Yes, my laptop is a microphone, so yes, and 2 device.
Okay, and what's your role in your organization?
Yes, I am assistant lecturer at Information and Communication Technology Department in Civil Service Academy. Yes.
Okay. And what are your views on strategic thinking or a strategic mindset? What do you think about it?
Strategic thinking, yes, a new long-term thinking plan. Yes. Sorry, man. Strategic thinking is the process of creating long-term plan for achieving an organization goals and objectives.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Theta. Welcome you. You were not there for some time. I think you had connection issues. So welcome you here. We are discussing from your past experience, what was something that helped you in strategic thinking? And also, if you can think of something that stopped you from thinking strategically, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You may think about it. Meanwhile, I once again welcome Mr. Kin O, and thank you for your message on chat, and you have very well defined what do you understand by strategic thinking. Welcome to the session. Okay. Yes, participants. So can we have some enablers or some, something that did not help you go ahead with your strategic thinking mindset? Can we share some experiences here? Mr. Sebastian, would you like to share your experience here? We would, you are very well involved in the session through chat, but we would also love to hear from you, if possible, Mr. Wills.
Yeah, sure. Well,
how are you doing?
Good.
Is it possible to switch on camera for a few seconds so that we connect?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, I was thinking about two things. In the previous slide, you showed us, I think it was the second sentence where you, which said that, what would you, how do you?
This slide you are talking about? This slide?
No, the previous one.
This one?
This one. Okay, the second sentence says,
please
you are likely presented with a challenge to solve or a goal to achieve.
Right.
And I was recalling all my experiences in projects and in teams.
Yeah.
And most of the projects and the teams were formed to solve an actual problem of the organization.
Okay.
Whether it is in marketing or in operations or in logistics or in the academic right now, which is where I work right now. But every time the projects or the teams are formed to solve a problem, right? So that was my first thought about it. And regarding the enablers, I think that common ground for every project is communication. Right now, it's more easy to communicate. I wouldn't say easier. I would say faster, because even the chat and all the technology that we have now sometimes makes a very distant communication with one another.
Okay.
So
I would put it as fast and meaningful is what you want to say? Yes.
Yeah, fast and meaningful communication with one another, but getting to know all the stakeholders is also very important in a project.
So you mentioned about resource, and I must compliment you. That's very, very important enabler, and also a reason why one should involve in strategic thinking, because resources in the world are limited. So how do you best use the resources? One needs to strategize. So very good point, Mr. Sebastian, that you brought the discussion to. What else? What else is your opinion out here?
And finally, I was thinking about, I was trying to make the common ground for all the projects, no, because everyone has its own hues and shades. But the other thing that was common in all of them, that enables the team to accomplish the goal is the participation of the head of the corporation.
Absolutely. Top management support is without which, top management may make a strategy, but execution even is not possible without its support. Absolutely.
Absolutely. So that was my thoughts about it.
Okay.
That are my thoughts about it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sebastian, and great thoughts. Thank you for your contribution. So we have had, so far we've discussed few enablers from the experience of the participants also. Let's get down to specifically show you what are the enablers that we have brought for you based on our research, based on our experience of last 20 years in the area of strategy. Now, when we talk about enablers, so we are talking about observation and reflection, a good strategic mindset needs you to be totally observant of what's going around you. You need to introspect, you need to keep on reflecting and then take your steps ahead. The second enabler that we've put out here for you is you have to be an information enthusiast. Now that means, like I said in the beginning, data and information should fuel strategy because they're the backbone. The more information you collect, the key information that you collect and how you are able to work on that information is going to guarantee your success. As we move ahead, another enabler is asking why every time, because asking the right questions will lead you to the right roadmap. Next that we have in this model for you is outgrown fear. We say at times take risks. If the inventors of technology, if the inventors of wheel, if the inventors of media, inventors of writing, if they did not take any risk and there was always a fear, we would not have been the civilization that we are currently in. So take risks, but take calculated risks. Risks should be taken based on foresight, based on deep thinking, but fear has to be outgrown. Open-mindedness, many of you discussed this point in form of communication, coordination, right from Ms. Mamta to Mr. Sebastian. You've been discussing, how important is the role of communication, social media, being open to one another thoughts. Ms. Andrea discussed about ideas, giving shape to it. Being open to things around you is another enabler in your journey to think strategically. And last but not the least, we would say take initiative. There is nothing more destroying than your comfort zone. Do you agree with me? We all need to get out of that comfortable position because success is actually a very uncomfortable position. Do you agree? Success is not a comfortable position. We need to be out of comfort zone. We need to take initiative. We need to pull ourselves, have that strength, go ahead, devise a roadmap with the right strategy. Do you agree when I say having a strategic mindset is not a very comfortable position? Thank you so much for a thumbs up. Do you agree with me, Mr. Sebastian, Ms. Andrea? Thank you so much. It is because, success is very sweet. Strategy works out very well in favor. That's a very sweet idea. But for that, it involves you to get out of your comfort zone. Thank you, Mr. Sebastian. Thank you so much. Okay, so moving ahead at this point of time, now as we are moving towards last leg of the session, I'm sure Dr. Shikha Dubey, who's coordinating this, would come in another 5 minutes and will tell me that, Dr. Pooja, you're already up with your time. So I want to take this maximum 5 minutes and I would love to discuss what actually stops us. What are your innovations? You might have your own issues, own inhibitions, which is stopping you from thinking strategically. Somewhere down the line, it may be related to the group that you're working in, or even at the organization level. So what are some of the inhibitions that you feel come in your way or stops you from thinking strategically? Let's discuss this. What are some of the inhibitions?
Dr. Pooja?
Yeah, please.
In my case, I talking about that meeting specifically, which I just shared. I think it's the taking decisions part, because it's not up to me to make the decisions, because it involves taking resources like human resources and financial resources that are not in my place today. It is the mayor's decisions.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So that's a very big inhibitor.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Andrea, for being so prompt with the answer. That means she was very clear what is stopping her from thinking strategically, and very rightly said. That's what most of us face it. Even I am in this role, and at times I am heading the training function out here. At times I have to take decisions whether to go ahead with the budget, whether to go ahead with the client, whether to go ahead with the content, and taking that decision at an individual level becomes very, very difficult. Even at the group level, when we sit, when we think, at times group think can come into picture. So yes, taking decision, and taking decision means taking the full responsibility of it as well. Am I right, Miss Andrea? You fear decision making because that comes with responsibility and accountability. Is that so?
Yes, definitely. It's a big responsibility when you are in a management
absolutely
situation.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you don't want to shoulder that all alone. And financial resources, yes, because anything would require, for you to give shape to your idea. Definitely, the world revolves around money. So you need money, you need finances. So you have that fear that finances may not be used correctly, and that fear of loss, fear of failure is there, right? So, Mohammed sir, what are your inhibitions? What stops you from thinking strategically at times?
Thank you, Professor. Perhaps here in our ministry is the top level decision. If the top level decision is encouraged to go ahead to planify the strategic plan of digital transformation, all the departments are working on this task. But if the top level, I mean that minister.
Okay. So you feel all departments are also involved, and that coordination at a large level may become an issue?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes,
so you have to get all stakeholders within the organization, all resources together to achieve your strategy. And that might sometimes become your stopper in the way of developing a strategic mindset. Am I right if I've got you on the same page?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. Very, very rightly said. Mr. Jao, am I pronouncing your name correctly, sir? Mr. Jao Quim, am I rightly pronouncing your name? Can you unmute and tell me how do you pronounce it?
Joaquim. It's Portuguese.
Come again, once again.
Joaquim.
Joaquim, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I've solved one task.
Well done.
So well done. Thank you. Kudos to me. Okay, so one chocolate from your side when I come to your country. Am I right? You owe me one chocolate then. You owe me a chocolate because I very rightly picked up with your name.
Yes,
okay.
No problem.
No problem. Okay, so Mr. Jao Kim, my question to you is, what stops you from thinking strategically? What are the few issues that you face in this process?
Yes. One of things is speaking in public, okay? And I think that it's in individual level. Okay? I'm doing my best to.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
So you feel, whatever ideas you have, speaking them out, putting them across to people is what is stopping you to share what's going on in your mind with other people?
Yes, sometimes it is.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. So might be you have great ideas which are coming to your mind, but you're not able to put it across to others, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Host, at organizational level, do you feel that there is something that your organization does that stops you from thinking strategically? Or it does something that helps you to think strategically the other way around? What's your opinion, Mr. Host? Are you there with us, sir? We can see you on the camera. Can you hear me out? Yes, sir. He's unmuted himself. No, he's unmuted himself.
Jose Sotelo.
Mr. Jose.
Excuse me, Mr. Puya. My name is Jose.
Jose.
No, of course.
It's Jose. Miss Andrea, am I pronouncing it correctly? Mr. Jose.
Sí, Jose.
Jose. Okay.
That's right.
Pardon me, sir. My apologies. If I've mispronounced it, my apologies. Mr. Jose. So if you can tell us, what are your inhibitions in terms of strategic thinking?
Sí. Yes. In my experience, when I take decisions and sometimes opportunities, I will choose. I take a choice between the right decisions and wrong decisions. Is so difficult to take a great decisions. Individual levels, group levels.
Okay. So I think you are sharing the same concern as Miss Andrea also shared about decision making and taking the right decision and taking the responsibility and accountability for that decision. Am I right, sir?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
And because when I working and when team working, there is many opportunities and many problems, many concerns. The thinking is a few difficult.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing your views. So some of the inhibitors we've already discussed, what comes in our way, when we want to think strategically, when we take our initiative to develop a strategic mindset, but there could be certain inhibitions. There could be fear of failure, there could be resources, which would be at stake. There could be groupthink. The organizational environment or culture may not be very conducive to thinking on those lines. So why, in spite of enablers being in place, in spite of certain factors which stop you from thinking strategically, but the truth is that an organization's success is very, very important and we need to develop strategic thinking. So this is the last thing that I would be discussing for my session. Many of you have shared your wonderful experiences and we could debrief it with this slide. Resource limitation shared by many, yes, but it is an inhibition also. But yes, it's also the reason why we need to think strategically, because resources are limited. So who uses the resources in an optimum way is the question. Who has that strategy? Be it Uber or be it Oyo Rooms, the way they have used the limited resources with a compelling idea, commendable. Then one needs to be proactive to change. The current example that I gave you, the change, we really do not know when our 1 foot is today, where the other foot is going to be. I began my session by saying it is not one who survives is important. It's one who adapts is more important, because culture eats strategy for breakfast. So it's very important that one is proactive to be adaptable, to keep on changing. You need the right strategy to outgrow your competition. Competitors out there are very smart. So you have to grow out, you have to grow out with the right strategy in place. And decision making is where most of you have been focusing. Yes, taking decisions is difficult, but we cannot deny the importance of taking the right decisions at the right time. So with this, I'm sure we are all on the same page that developing a strategic mindset is extremely important in one's journey to be successful. And the sessions ahead, I'm sure Dr. Lathangi would be taking a lot of sessions ahead with contest setting has been done by me, but Dr. Lathangi will be explaining you further, discussing with you further on how and what you can do to, develop a thinking big picture mindset, which is again very, very critical when we talk about strategy. So what it takes for the strategy and what would be discussed in the sessions ahead is that how can you be more and more vision oriented? How can you, start thinking out of the box, use mind mapping, critical thinking to come up with solutions? What would be the role of emotions when we are, in lines for strategy? How can you develop a system thinking approach? An innovative mindset, with Mohammed sir also spoke about that technology and innovation is extremely important when he shared his experience with us. And last but not the least, what is the role and what is the significance of agility in your journey to be strategically minded is what you're going to discuss in the day ahead and in the sessions which will be followed tomorrow and day after, which are strategy linked sessions. So with this, I would love to stay here with you, but since time is a biggest limitation, I have to take your leave. But I would love to know from you, what is that one insight that you are taking away from this 60 minutes interaction between us? What is that one insight? What is it that you would like to take from this session? Can we hear from you, please? One thing that you want to take away. Any one of you? Yes, Miss Mamta, go ahead, please. Yes.
Yeah, I just one thing to to get a success, you should leave the comfort zone.
Oh my God, that's wonderful. I always tell all my clients, success is not a comfortable position. It's very, very uncomfortable, because
that's really this line hits me. That strikes in mind. That's the very thing, because the current job is very comforting for myself. It's
right.
it's very easy for me. That's why I think, believe myself, that I should leave this to get it more success.
We take one step ahead to move out of our comfort zone. We are very, very close to our goals. That's fantastic, Miss Mamta. A big round of applause from my side. Yes, Miss Andrea, what is it that you take from this session? I feel encouraged.
Yes, I totally agree with Ms. Mamata that
thank you.
Success needs from us to get out of our comfort zones, take initiative.
Right.
It's not easy. It's really it's outgrown fear is a very important thing to go with.
Absolutely.
This. So yeah, totally.
Outgrown fear is, Miss Andrea, very, very important. But just to add, which I also said, take risks, but take calculated risks.
Yeah, calculated risks. Yeah,
yes. That will save the burden on your financial and emotional resources. Right. Mohammed sir, one takeaway that you have, you would love to implement when you go back to your workstation.
Oh, thank you, Professor. I agree with Miss Mamata about comfort zone. Success is not. We should leave the comfort zone to succeed. Perhaps the thing that I should take in my head is that instead of thinking we should have it's a mindset.
It's your mindset. You have to map your mind well.
Yes.
It's more of a mind mapping, you know. We have to train here to think in a different way, because what happens is, what we normally do is, I'll just like take 1 more minute to address this thing. What happens normally in our life is we look at the data, we look at our circumstances around us, we make our beliefs and assumptions, right? And then we take decisions. And suppose Miss Andrea has taken a decision and it turns out to be good. So what happens is she is encouraged to take decisions in a similar way. And that becomes a pattern. And, you know, we start functioning with that pattern. And that's the problem. You know, we are thinking in the same way again, inferring from the details in the same way. All situations, we think the same way.
Yeah.
Whenever we face with challenges, we have the same mindset for thinking, and that needs to be broken. Patterns need to be broken and unpatterned and changed again. Do you agree, Mohammed sir?
Yes. It's all right.
Out of basket, we should think out of basket rather than to go through the pre-assumption.
Absolutely. And also have an eagle view. And that's what Dr. Lathangi would be discussing. How do you have an eagle view? Think the big picture. Okay. So wonderful having you all here. I would again be meeting you on 24th for a session on delegating effectively. But till then, I wish you all the best, and a big round of applause from my side, because you have been a great group of participants, and I really got encouraged, and you know, my energy levels went up after hearing your experiences and with your participation. And I wish you all the very best for these 4 weeks, and we'll stay connected, because I'll be meeting again with you on 24th and then on 27th of February also. So till then, over to Dr. Shikha Dubey and the team AITD, and I thank team AITD also for giving me this experience, this opportunity to take this session. Thank you everybody. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for such a wonderful session. As usual, you can see all of them smiling. That's a great beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Divya.
Thank you. Now, all the participants, we can go for a short break. It's 1:20. We may return by 1:50. Is it okay? 1:20 Indian time. Yeah. Okay, let's take a half an hour.
I have one question, Divya, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, are you going to share those presentations presented by our?
Sorry, are we going to see any?
Yeah, those presentation. Are you going to share those presentation?
Yeah. So for the presentation, I'll definitely ask my senior and get back to you. I'm sure we'll be. If you go through our handbook, some of the material from that presentation are already available.
Okay.
Rest will be trying to share it with you. Sure.
That's good.
Thank you. We resume back at 1:50. Let's enjoy half an hour, everyone. Welcome back, Dr. Lathangi.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome. I think I'm waiting for the participants also. Maybe.
Yeah. I think by now everyone would have joined.
Okay.
Participants, please confirm if you are back, so that Dr. Lathangi knows you are ready to start. You can see Jose here.
Yeah. All different time zones, so probably they have different things to attend to.
True. For us, it was lunch break, but I'm sure it would be available.
Yeah, breakfast and other things also, no?
True. Okay. Participants, please confirm if you are back. Give us a green tick or anything that shows that you are present and you are back. Okay, great. We can see Apelio.
Yeah.
Okay, we can see one more person. Then thank you.
Okay, Joaquin is present. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
good morning.
Afternoon. Great. Thank you for confirming. We can also see Andrea now. I can see you now as well. Yeah. Still not very good with pronunciation. It will take us few days, but we'll surely get to your name correctly.
No problem.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I think Dr. Latangi, let's start. They'll join in.
Okay, all right. So good morning to some of you and good afternoon to the rest of you. So I think you had the first session in the morning with Dr. Pooja. So I'm here to take up this session forward with the title of all the biases in thinking big picture. Right, I'm Dr. Latangi here. I have 20 plus years of experience and with 6+ years of experience in industry and 15 years of teaching experience. So I have done a lot of research, papers, publications, conferences, written a book on soft skills for managers, and I take a lot of training sessions as well with AITD. I teach subjects related to HR, OB, soft skills, management papers. So here I am to take the session on thinking big picture. So I hope you're all there with me and I'll share the screen. Can I go ahead?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. So I think you know the usage of the Zoom icons and things like that. So I'm not going to deliberate on that and talk about it.
Dr. Latangi, we are not able to see your PPT where the PDF file is open.
Okay, right. Just a minute, I'll close certain things. It's all open.
Sure. Meanwhile, can you introduce yourself so they have a brief idea?
Yeah, I did just now introduce, and I'm Dr. Latangi here, and I'll be taking this session on thinking big picture. I have told the rest of the things about my teaching experience and the coaching experience as well. Okay. So taking this forward, sorry, I just had that extra files there, so I had to close them. Right. So, this is how the session is going to look like. What is it that you're going to be learning is the first question. What are the benefits? How do you think about big picture? Then what are the big picture traps that anyone will experience? Right? Illusion of attention is the first thing that we're going to start with, and confirmation bias. These are some of the biases that most of us carry without our knowledge. Simplicity bias, activity bias, gratification bias, tired and emotional, recency bias, familiarity bias. Then we are going to look ahead, your tactics that you can use at work, actions, and further readings. Right. So with all your experiences, I'm sure that you have somewhere or the other come across all of these, but it is only that we're going to do it in the form of practical orientation and with a lot of examples and sharing your experiences as well. So that will actually enrich your learning, and you can take it forward in your present situation and work. Right. So this is, there's a picture here, and I just wanted you people to look at this and tell me about what you understand and give me the solution to this situation here, right? Crossing the bridge problem. I hope all of you are with me. Can you give a thumbs up? Miss Andrea, Mr. Tan. Yeah. Right, I can see some more. I'm trying to get your names right. Mr. Jose. Yeah, thank you. So yes, now this is a situation. You need to just go through and tell me what you have as a solution to this. 4 people come to a river in the night. So one of the situations where 4 people are there, and there is a narrow bridge there. So they need to cross this bridge from one end to the other. Now the problem is actually, they have a torch. The torch has to be used while crossing the bridge, and it cannot take all 4 of them together. So what happens is person A can cross the bridge in 1 minute, person B in 2 minutes, C in 5 minutes, and D in 6 minutes. So when 2 people cross the bridge together, they must move at a slower person's pace. It should be slow in the sense, when you're looking at these 4 people with different kind of speed that they have. So you need to have a balanced one. So you need to actually bring down the speed. So that's how you're going to target at the situation. And how much time do they take to cross the bridge? How much time do they take to cross the bridge? You need to tell me how do they cross this bridge and how much time will they take to cross this bridge? So only 2 people, you can look at the conditions. There are only 2 people who can go on the bridge. And there is a torch that should be used to cross the bridge. And the 4 different speeds with which people can cross it. You can put your answers in the chat, or I would also be glad to have you on your voice. You can also say why you chose that and how you chose it.
Dr. Latangi, we have received one response on a chat from Andrea, which says 17 minutes.
Okay. So can you tell me how you've come up to this? Unmute yourself, please.
Andrea, if you're speaking, we are unable to hear you, right?
Yeah, can you unmute yourself, Miss Andrea?
She's already unmute.
Okay, then I think
Andrea, I think some connectivity issue.
No, unable to hear you.
Yeah.
17 minutes, I can see this, but I just wanted you to elaborate on this. Can you just reconnect your earphone, unmute it, and then.
It's 10 minutes from my side.
Yeah, it is 17 minutes. You have written it as 17.
Yeah. It's 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. How did you come up to this?
I think the first person. May I? Sorry.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, Ms. Mamta.
Oh, yeah. I think it's 10 minutes. How I do calculate this? That's first 2 minutes, 2 person A and person B will cross that bridge. Then again the 2 person, that is 1 cross for 5 minutes and 1 8 minutes. So almost it will take to complete that bridge is 8 minutes. So 2 plus 8, I just like I calculate like this.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Ms. Mamta. Yeah, Ms. Andrea, can you please elaborate on this?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Latangi.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah. As it says, two people can cross the bridge at the same time. So for the first time goes A and B, taking 2 minutes. Then A has to come back to pick up C. There is 1 minute more. They go with C, which adds 5 minutes more. Then A has to go back to pick up D, and A and D go back across the bridge in 8 minutes, summarizing 17 minutes.
Okay. All right. So did you have any method in which you followed to collaborate two people together, or you just went by the order?
Excuse me?
Did you have a method which you adopted to collaborate two people together? You said A and B first. So why did you choose A and B? Was it in sequence or it just?
Yeah, in sequence.
In sequence. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other answers here?
Dr. Latangi, we have received 2 more answers in a chat. One is from Apelicio, 12 minutes, and another is from Mohammed, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Mr. Mohammed, can you tell me 10 minutes short? So how did you come up with this?
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, please.
Okay. 10 minutes, because perhaps I think that A and D go together to cross the bridge.
Okay.
With the torch, but after C and D, they cross the bridge, but without torch.
Oh, without torch. Okay, but will they not fall off? There are chances. Yes. So probably they're very careful in walking. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Which I doubt. That pitch dark, without a torch crossing, there's a possibility of falling off in the water. And yes, but yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Yes, the other person, I think, Apalco. How do I pronounce? Mr. Tony, Miss Tony. Okay, 12 minutes is what you have said. Miss Vani is also here. Swim through, okay. Fall off the bridge and swim. so there's no necessity of torch also. That's very creative. Thank you, Miss Vani. Okay. So yes, I think 17 minutes is kind of correct, because we're talking about the conditions here. The conditions are very clear that the bridge is very narrow and it can only accommodate 2 people at a time. And there are different speed limits of each person who can cross the, I don't know if you look at it, technically A is able to cross in 1 minute. So I think he has the speed of a light. He can just run off the bridge. So, but the condition is that. So now looking at the condition, then we are also looking at another condition. There is only one torch and it's pitch dark. So they need to cross it carefully. So now with this thing, so there are some people who go slow and some people who are very fast. So to moderate the entire thing so that they can come across the bridge without calamities. So you can take 2 people, and what Ms. Andrew said is the calculation goes well. I think 2 people who are fast go first. One drops off, the other person comes back, picks up the third person and then takes him along so that he's faster. He knows his steps. He can pull him along, and the 4th person, similarly, he comes back and picks up the 4th person. So that way they have the torch, they have the condition they're met with, and they're able to reach the destination safely. So with this, this was an interesting, deliberation with our Miss Vani coming up with some fun. Right. So we are now having this, small, I can say situation, which I just wanted to elaborate on. This is saving candles and trade. So what happens in this is Ben Franklin was appointed ambassador of France. So when we're looking at how to think big, So this is one of the case studies. You can say it's a small case study wherein you can understand what we're talking about in terms of big picture thinking. So in 1778, he was the ambassador of France. And he noticed that, in French and Europeans in general were spending thousands of francs during the winter months burning those candles. In the shops, they were using candles. Those days, there are no lights and, there's no bulbs and things like that. So they used to use candles. And the candles were made of wax, obviously. And then they were all, used in the shops and so much in quantity that he really saw that, it was too much. You can save a lot of money if this can be reduced. Now he was thinking of the idea as to how to save. And each time he used to sleep in his bedroom and while he was an ambassador, he used to see a lot of light coming in from the window. And that was when he started thinking, what is this? So much of light coming in even at night. He was not able to sleep and used to walk around and see what's happening. So in the shops, people are going to buy things and all that in the night. So then he came up with this idea as to how to reduce it. So he went on thinking about it and then he came up with the idea. He said, okay, instead of this, why don't we change the clock? So he said the timing of the clock could be changed so that, people will assume that it is, night and they would go during that time and finish their shopping instead of late night. So that, at least some few hours you can reduce. So if that few hours are reduced, then the shops also will close accordingly and the sale in the shop is also not affected. They can sell appropriately and without any problem and everything is going on. So people can be restricted without their knowledge. See, when you tell them that don't do this, then they will want to do that. That's the mindset of people. So the human psychology. So he didn't want to do that. He said, let's do this. So behind, he went ahead and then requested even the government also to support him to say that, okay, this we are going to do it across. So across France, then he brought in this thing so that everywhere it is implemented. So even in the church, so people are gathering at the church at that particular time. So because of the time frame, spring, it used to be a lesser time. Winter, it used to be much shorter. So everything got affected. So that few hours that he could save, he saved a lot of revenue. So this way, he actually thought big. So the big picture thinking is one of the, this is a very good example for big picture thinking. Now, how did he come across this? Is to look away from the problem. The problem, if you're going to be inside the problem, then it is going to be seeming very big. So if you're coming out of it, you can get to know what is the better solution to this kind of situation or a problem. So with this, what are the benefits of big picture? If you can elaborate, if one of you can tell me what you feel is a benefit of big picture. Anyone from the participants? And who should use big picture? Anything that you feel? Is it some specific people or? Can you unmute or do you want to use the chat? I think unmuting is better so that we can get to know each other well. Yeah, yeah.
Just a little question.
Yeah,
I don't
the question is,
this name. Big picture thinking. Thinking is clear. Why we call him big picture?
Big picture, because see, when you look at Ben Franklin's case, yes, it was not noticed by people. People were not noticing that there is a problem because they never felt it as a problem. Shops were open and they were supposed to be doing sales and they were getting sales. Candles were lit and they were burnt, and a lot of these candles were used across different shops and across the market. So people never observed that. But then as an ambassador, he had the responsibility of bringing in a lot of things, reforming things, coming up with new things. So then he actually thought from his end as to, is it needed? Is it needed to burn so much of candle when you can always save? So it is a mindset of people. It is a mindset of humans that we would want to do some things in a certain way. So why not change this so that we can save a lot of revenue for the government, for the state? So that's
his
what
initiative.
Yes, it's his initiative. It was not told to him that he should be doing it, but he took it up. Then he said, okay, let's do it so that it really helps the economy of the country. So that's what he brought in. That's called big picture. So as now we are coming up this question, yes, I think thinking globally and acting locally. Okay, Mr. Tan has come up with this. Thanks, Mr. Tan. So the question here we were having is, what are the benefits of big picture thinking and who should be using actually? Do you need big picture? Is it needed first of all, or is it not needed? Why are we bothered about big picture? Miss Mamta?
Yes, it depends on the perspective, whether it's organizational or whether it's country-wise. Just to share the story of the pain. If it's a country perspective, then our leaders should think about the big picture so that they make some certain kind of policies, procedures to change the overall scenario of the organization, country. In the similar case, if it is a case of the organization, our top level manager or leaders of our organization should think about the big picture, just like you can take any example of any perspective. So just like to capture, to cover the market area of that organization. So thinking for the big picture is responsible of the top level manager for country perspective, whereas for the country perspective, it's the depend upon the the leader of the country, I think. And then regarding the benefits of the big picture means changing the policy level, not the implementation level. The big picture first think about the changing the policy level. Those policy will implement by the middle level or lower level.
Okay, so it will impact the other people down the. Right. Thank you, Ms. Mamta. So anyone who would want to add in, Mr. Jose, Ms. Andrew?
I will say thinking big picture is thinking, taking in consideration all of the aspects that involve taking a particular decision, because you just cannot have a narrow view of something. You have to get it wider so you don't miss some things that are and perspectives that are really important to that decision.
I want to add one more thing, that thinking the big picture reflects the overall areas rather than to perspective only one
area. Wow. Right. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Miss Andrea, for that wonderful, inputs. Mr. Jose, you have anything to say? It's down here. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. I think about in particular decisions in particular situations, I can use the big picture thinking.
Okay. Right. So in some particular situations, you think that big picture thinking is necessary. Is that what you say?
When in my experience, I went projects, collaborative projects.
Okay. So see, we are looking at big picture because of the fact that, Mr. Mohammed, you had something to say.
Just to say that for me, the big picture benefits of big picture thinking is to define a vision in strategy level and to have objective to achieve.
Okay. All right. So it's also the vision, the objectives laid down, and also with the the perspective, entire perspective, without missing some small details. Sometimes when you are on a project, it so happens that small details are missed, and because of that, later you find that you come across that and say, oh, we missed on these details. So which is very crucial for your project. So you need to actually have a larger perspective of what you're doing so that you can put in a lot of ideas and planning and implementation so that things are proper. So you don't leave scope to confusion at a later stage. So taking in all of this together, so from an outer perspective. So I think that is very important in any as a leader, you're working in your own organization, in your own capacity. So while you work, you also need to bring in a lot of other perspectives and angles to what you're doing so that it gives you better result and very effectively you can bring in things to your organization. So yes, going ahead. So putting this, there is a picture here and I'm going to play, it's a video. You need to be careful. You can note it down, whatever you observe, and a keen observation I think will help you. And later we can look at what this is all about. Right? Shall I play this video? Right.
An event seen from one point of view gives one impression. Seen from another point of view, it gives quite a different impression. But it's only when you get the whole picture you can fully understand what's going on.
Right. So I hope you saw the video in 3 phases. The first part of the video, second and the third. Can you just elaborate what this thing gave you? What thought came into your mind? The first, when you saw the video, what really came across your mind?
The man looked suspicious.
The man looked very suspicious. Okay, right. Initially, because because we're looking at from one corner. So probably we're not able to see his features, face, expressions, a lot of things. Right. Anyone else? What did you feel when you looked at the first picture and then we started the video? Yes, Mr. Mohammed.
It seems that from this picture, it seems that he wants to speak with the girl.
Lady, yes. So, I thought he was having a mischievous thought in his mind initially when looking at the picture. It looks like that, but then yes. Okay, so Miss Mamta, you have anything to say?
Yeah, the 3 sections, if you look deep, 3 sections differently, it gives the different sense. The first session seems like that he's going to talk to that girl who is standing corner. Second, if you forget the first session and then only see the second session, it is assumed that that guy is going to fight or going to catch that another person. But after the whole picture, the scenario is different. Ultimately, that person, that running person, looks that another person is in danger and his intention is to save him. So it's the big picture now in the ultimate in the third session. So that.
Yes. So actually, we looked at him very suspiciously initially, but then slowly we thought he's going to attack the man who was standing there.
Yeah.
But it so happened that he's not attacking; he's helping him out of trouble. So otherwise, he would have had an accident. Something heavy would have fallen on him, and God knows what would have happened to him. Right? Yes, Miss Vani says holistic vision about problem solution. Yeah, thank you, Miss Vani. Right, so that's what we're looking at when we say big picture. So let's look at this part. So understanding, now how do we do this? How do we get into this frame of big picture thinking? So first thing we have to do is understand. So we need to understand that particular situation that we are in, develop a complete understanding of your situation from multiple perspectives before we coming into a judgment, before we come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
So, we start perceiving things the moment we look at something, anything in life. We are in a, we are just walking out on the road and then we see somebody standing there. We assume, we get a lot of things in our mind. We say, okay, he is waiting for somebody. He's waiting for his girlfriend. He's waiting for his wife. He's waiting for some friend. All kinds of assumptions. But maybe he's just waiting for an auto, for a transport, for a vehicle to come in so that he can go from there. This is what we always have. Some thoughts keep coming up in our mind and there is always a lot of perceptions and we assume. So looking at a situation also, we need not come into a conclusion immediately. We'll have to actually understand the whole thing with a holistic, view. So multiple perspectives that we can call it. So then reframe it. So we need to reframe your situation or problem to open up possibilities. So from there, we need to look at, okay, what are the possibilities? So what are the different kinds of possibilities? It's not just one. And usually in management, what happens is we always think of plan A, plan B, and plan C. So we come up with all of these. Why? Because if plan A is not possible, something happens to plan A, then what are we going to do in this next situation? Are we going to follow the same method? Are we going to follow a different method, approach to it? Okay, that is also planned. And the plan C, okay, if this too doesn't work, then what do we do? Why are we doing it? Because we want to be careful. We want to be a little more planned. We want to be more systematic. And we don't want to be in stress. The last moment coming to the situation, we don't want to put our own self or our team into stress. So we want to keep them equipped. You need to be ready with all the equipments with you so that you're ready for the challenge. So that we can pick up anything at that particular time. We don't have to think at that moment, okay, now what do we do? Oh, now this is the condition. This is what is going wrong. So what do we do? So majority of the time when you plan things, then it so happens that you are safe. You're at least better. So now there are certain things that you may not have under your control. Now that's not the question. We are only talking about what are the possibilities. Now, how do we keep it open? How do we plan for it and make things to look better for our team and for ourselves? Then we need to decide, okay, now let's go with the plan A. Why? Because of these things. Why are we going with plan A? Because we have all of these elements with us. We can go with plan A. And plan B, why? Because this plan A did not happen. So we're going to go with plan B. So we have that already framed and we have made it in our mind. So we have it very clear. So when we go, we are not troubled. We are not taken by surprise. We are not taken by sudden, all of a sudden, okay, now what do we do? It's not an incident that's just taken up and then doing it instantly. So instantly things when we do, it may go wrong. But when we look at it from a larger viewpoint and then plan it and then implement it, it really works out better. Right? So that's what we're looking at, is how do we understand this? So looking at this, there's a picture here. What comes into your mind looking at the picture?
The kids are making some kind of experiments in maybe the current kindergarten.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So anyone else who would want to try? Mr. Tan, you want to try? Please unmute yourself.
Maybe something to do, but we need to take care of what's what is doing for what are you doing? Maybe analyze this. Something to do better more, I think.
Okay. So the kid is looking at the other kid who is actually using a ink pillar or ink filler, the small thing with him, and he's trying to bring out some kind of a liquid, maybe water or something else. So he's seeing how to use it. He has not used it. He has not seen it in his life. Probably the first time that he's seeing, and he's trying to figure out what this boy is doing. So maybe next he will try and do it better. So yes. Now, why are we actually in the current situation? When have you ever thought of any particular situation and then questioned yourself? Why are we in this current situation? Why did this thing happen? Why is this very important? Have you ever thought of it? Any situation, any experience that you want to share? From your life experiences or work experiences. Anyone who would want to start? Ms. Mamta, are you there?
I'm here. Just I'm trying to understand the given.
Yeah. Anything, any situation in your life, and then anything at work. And have you ever thought of this? What is the situation? And then what do we do with this? Or coming up with some solution.
Before we do something, firstly, we have to think about what the reason why we want to, why the reason is, why we want to do is, that is the root cause of the root cause before doing something. And then, and if we have already the reason or the root cause, and then we think about what we have to do to solve this root cause of the problem, and the last one is ways and means of the solving the problem, how to solve
it.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much. Yes. So any life experiences, anything that you want to share? Anything, any example that you have came up to your mind? Okay, this is something which. I must say one example which I wanted to share is, while students, I am a faculty, I teach students of MBA and BBA. So when the students are going for interviews, and when they finish their interview and they come back to me and they speak to me about their interview, I ask them, how was the interview? How did it go? So, they actually say, ma'am, I think I did well. Okay, then what is that you think about it? Why do you say you think? No, I kind of answered all the questions. They asked me some technical questions about HR and all that. So I tried answering the questions, and then I say, okay, are you very sure that you'll be getting a job? Then he says, yeah, I hopefully think I should be getting a job. I said, why do you think that you're hopeful about it? No, actually, from the interview panel, there were already 2 students who were selected from almost 8 of us who were sitting for the interview. But I am still not given anything. I'm not, I still didn't get any communication from them. So 2 people have been selected. I said, then do you have something that you didn't do well? So, they try to understand, okay, why the situation came in. Ma'am, I tried answering. Why do you think that I didn't still get it? I didn't still get the communication. So then I said, okay, what did you do? Why do you think that you have not got this communication? Did you do something wrong? Did you not answer some part of the question? Were you not confident while you answer? So that what question is then answered? So they try answering, okay, no, I think when they started off, I was not very confident, and things like that. So then I said, okay, how do you actually, take this forward? Now, how do you deal with the situation tomorrow? Again, you're going to sit for another interview. It's not that this is the last interview. You're going to be sitting for another interview from another company. So how do you handle this? You were not very confident. Why were you not confident? Okay, ma'am, I was not, prepared. Then how do you get prepared then? You have to go through the website, look at the company, the details of the company, who is the CEO, vision, mission, everything. So I try giving them those kind of reasoning so that they are ready with this. And next time when they go, they know that they have to be prepared. Now, how do they get prepared? Is go through the website, go through some literature, go through some papers, some kind of information about the organization so that they're confident about it. So this kind of situation, I'm sure many of us face. Not only this, maybe some project, some assignment, something that is new, and you assume some things and then something else comes up. So anyone who wants to share anything like this from your experience? Miss Andrea, you want to say something?
I'm just trying to think of a situation, but I'm having a hard time in like structuring it.
Getting that, yeah. See, even when, if you look at us also, tomorrow, see, you are in a private sector or a public government sector?
Public.
Public, okay. So you don't have any thought of moving out of the organization, right?
Excuse me, sorry?
You're not in any thought of moving from the organization or looking for a better job?
Oh, no, not at the moment.
Right. So when you want to do this, then, you come up with this question as to why you really want to do for this. Why do you want to look for a better job? Is it because of this aspect? Is it because of that aspect? What is it coming in? Then you look at what? Now, what do you do? Come out of the situation. What kind of jobs do you really need to be looking at? Why should we be doing this? Then you say, how do you do it? Okay, I should be using friends. I should be finding out references. I should be applying online. I should be going and meeting them. What is it? So these are some things which you may get in. So you may have such situations. Maybe you have attending a new project. You're given the leadership of a new project, but then you will think about it. Okay, I feel that this is going to be a little challenging one. So why should I be taking it? Why was I asked to take this? So do I have the caliber? Do they think that I have the caliber, potentiality to take it? Okay, right. I think I have it. Then what is it? Then how do I handle this project? So who are the people whom I should be delegating this with? So the team members and your planning and all that. So this thing actually comes up in many of this, your life experiences. So that's what we're talking about, completing the picture. We're looking at it completely from the overall perspective. Now, how do we, look at it from different perspectives? This is a picture. So we're trying to say this is, reframe is what we are trying to say. Can you just interpret this picture? Can you see something and then say, okay, this is what? Can you come in with something else when you look at this picture? Reframe. Why should we reframe it?
It looks like it's as if they were all part of the same picture, but they are not in order.
In order.
Maybe like,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe if we reframe it, you will look for more clarity.
Meaningful picture.
Meaningful. You might get a better impression of, okay, this is what it may be looking like. So if you reframe it, then probably you'll get a better picture or idea about what this is. So we're trying to reframe some things which are there with you already. You have some situation, you're trying to reframe it, reorganize it, and then understand it better, right? So let's look at this, the funnel of perspective, right? There is one small caselet, very interesting one. So you can just give it a thought and tell me what you come across, what you come up with a solution. What do you want to suggest this person? He seems to be a crazy person. The friend of mine actually has decided that he wanted some wine at 12 o'clock at night. So it's really difficult. So I was in a fix. All the wine shops were closed, and frankly, I was a bit upset with him that he had not thought about this before. What do I do? Now, this is the situation, and you have this thing. So now here in the ladder, you can find that I want to have wine. This is what the friend has come up with. Now, what do you do? How do you handle this person or the situation? Let's see some creative thoughts coming.
Maybe offer him something else to drink instead of
Okay.
wine.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks. Something if in case you have it with you in the cabinet at home, so then you can offer him that, right? Yeah. So anyone else? Mr. Tan. Anything funny you want to bring in?
Oh, no idea.
Yeah, Miss Mamta.
So I would like to offer another thing in place of the wine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Because at that moment, there is no any options. That's why.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Mr. Jose or Mr. Mohammed, anything creative, funny? You can unmute and speak.
Yes, I can invite him to sleep to buy wine in the morning.
You can buy it in the morning instead of this 12 o'clock thing.
Invite him to sleep a little bit.
Yeah, so better go to sleep and then we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thanks. So, Ms. Tida, I think she's still connecting. All right. So, there are so many things that you can come up with, again, you're looking at these three options of why, what, and how. Why does he want wine at this particular time? Is a question coming at 12 o'clock in the night when there are no shops open. So then what does he, what to do now? Okay, he's my best friend or she's my best friend. So I can't just offend saying that, Arey, shut up and go to bed. How do you handle this? So you're obliged. You say, okay, let me not hurt her or him. Say in a very subtle way, okay, fine. So if not wine, maybe you can have something else. I have this and I'm offering him. So that's the option that Miss Andrea and Miss Mamta also tried. And how? So how do you do it now? Now you try searching, so because these days it's a global platform. You have apps in your phones. So Google Store, see that if you can get any store that is open, if you want to really please him, or if you really want to say that you don't want to hurt, you are obliged to give him something. So then maybe you will say, make an effort to go in the vehicle, car, and then get that at that particular hour. Because you are also very, what do you say, a person who wants some this kind, you take pleasure in treating your friends. So let's put it that way. Probably you want to really take, it's okay. What is the big deal? I can always go there. That shop is 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, and I will go buy it and then give it. Or last of all, say that, Arey Baba, now go to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning. I'll get you 2 bottles of wine. So you can drink it in the tomorrow night. So maybe that you can try convincing. So these are some things that we are looking at. That's a funny, just to bring in some kind of fun into this. Right, so then you decide, okay, now what do we do is take up that particular plan and implement it. Right? So what stops us from thinking big? Thinking big picture. This is something which we will have to actually, I wanted you to deliberate. This is one picture which you will have to see and interpret. What do you think is a reason that we don't follow? We have this, something stops us from thinking big. So can you just tell me one or two things that comes up in your mind?
Sometimes it's the limited resources, that enforce you not to think big. This much only, you should go through only for this. Sometimes the lack of resources, limited resources, bound you not to go for the big picture.
Okay, limited resources. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
And another, from individual perspective, sometimes it's your TO or term of reference or your job description. Beyond your job description, you cannot go beyond that. So this also make you limit to think the big.
Okay. Right. So anyone who would want to say any other reason that you feel that this is a challenge, that's why you're not able to think big?
Because I think since when we are little, we think big picture, but then we go to school and they teach us to behave or think in certain ways that we just get into a box and our imagination just automatically
goes off.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Mohammed, anything?
Perhaps the mindset.
Mindset. Okay, right. So I would also say that we fall into a comfort zone. We fall into a comfort zone and there is a pattern that we follow. So what happens is we don't want to come out of that comfort zone so that, we get into trouble or we're troubling ourselves. Why should we think so much? The solution is so easy, right? Okay, hey, wine is not there. Go to bed. Chalo, no more thinking. Go to bed. What are you talking? Nonsense, 12 o'clock in the night. So that's very easy. Now, when we want to think really something, then we think of an alternative. To think about an alternative, it takes little time. And then we really don't want to trouble our brains.
Yes.
So we are basically lazy human beings. Basically, we want to get into that comfort zone and the routine. We like to follow routine. So, when the routine, then it's going to be very simple. It's not complicated. So when you want to think big, then it is little complicated. Then it is challenging. Then you want to really put your brains to work. And then you also have to convince people. You have to bring in those resources. You need to bring in a lot of things. So all that needs a lot of energy. So that we don't want to do. We just avoid it, right?
Yes.
So that's what
the majority of people like to stay in their comfort zone.
Yes. So for me, 3 kilometers I have to travel to my mom's place. I feel I have a vehicle, car to drive, and then I will always look at that. I say, oh, let me go. Then if I want to go, I will not think of any other alternative means of transport. Then I will only look at this. Then I will think of, oh, traffic is too much. Oh my God, and all that. But then there are other transports also available. You have an auto, you have bus to go. I can ask somebody to come and pick me up and say, please, can you come by two-wheeler? Then I will come there. So it's all there. But then no, for me, it's very simple. Oh, I have to go by my car. I have only one transport and that is car. I have to go by that. And the challenge is the traffic. Oh, then I don't want to go. this is the comfort zone that, I am talking about. So even for me, it's going to be applicable. So that's what we do. Yeah, this picture, I just want you to, interpret. What can you see here?
He's curious.
Curious.
The
Okay.
picture shows that stop thinking more.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Too much of thinking.
Yeah, too much thinking.
Okay.
Calculate and shut up.
Sorry. Yeah.
Calculate the 17.
Okay.
Multiply
17.
23 and shut up.
Okay. So she's saying answer this.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Tida, you're here. You want to add in something? You can unmute and speak.
That is
What-
not answer.
Yeah. What do you see here, Ms. Tida?
Yes. Start talking more.
Just stop talking, is it? Okay. Right. So, when we're looking at this, there are two things that we can also understand, that is system 1 and system 2. So what happens to our brain? So when we look at the first one, the first part of it, we always look at the intuition and instinct. That is 95% of us have that intuition and instinct. So we get into that. So what happens here? It is unconscious. Then whatever, we think fast. So we want to come to a conclusion fast, right? And then we say associative. We try to associate something and then we try to bring in. Then automatic. We come to an automatic conclusion. Okay. And then we look at biases. We look at, different kinds of biases. Something comes to her, okay, she is angry because of something. So these are something which are intuitive and instinct. We get this in the immediate, thought that comes to our mind. Now, only 5% of our brain actually thinks rational. That is rational thinking. So what do? We slow down and then we logically look at it and we try analyzing it. And then we become indecisive and it becomes we think about that particular situation and then we conclude it, right? We look at the feasibility and then we try to bring in some kind of conclusion. So when we look at this picture also, we have two things here. One is the expression on the face and the second thing is a figure to the right side, that is 17 into 23. That's the sum that is given. So these two are different. We look at it immediately, we look at her face and then we interpret it. But exactly now, what is it that we're looking at? We're also looking at the other part of it where it says there is a problem there. You need to bring in some solution to it, right? So this is our way of thinking. This is how we actually look at things.
Professor Latanji,
Yeah.
just the previous slide. This 95% and 5% is the percentage of thinking in the human mind, or what?
Yes, it is a percentage of thinking, the way we think. When we look at something, the picture actually attracts us. And then we
Yes.
try coming to a conclusion looking at that picture. So the next part of it, we're looking at the problem, which is not very significant. It doesn't catch our eye immediately. So we look at only one part of it, and then that actually becomes a system 1 thought, wherein we're talking about intuition, instinct. So we pass on the judgment faster. We want to close it faster. That's our mind. Now, rational thinking is somewhere where look at it and then say, okay, holistically, what happens? Now, why is she like this? Maybe she's trying to say that, oh, this is the problem. Now try solving it. Okay, so instead of talking, why don't you solve it? So maybe that she's trying to say, and then we're trying to add multiply it and say we come up with a number there. So that's the rational thinking that is actually missing. So we need to actually empower this part of the brain, which is more into rational thinking. We have to push ourselves to bring in the rational thinking into our mindset so that we can look at it holistically. Right. So why does this happen? We are looking at the illusion of attention. This is the illusion. Now this is another picture of a person. So what do we see here? What do you feel looking at this picture?
He's thinking of something.
Okay, he's thinking of something, right?
Bad eyes.
Sorry?
Bad eyes, bad vision, but
Vision, okay. Okay, he is actually focusing on something. Right, so we're looking at this again. There is a video which I'll be playing. This is about the color changing card trick. Right, so I'm going to play this and you'll have to watch and then tell me what you observed. You can make notes if you wish. You can have a holistic picture. Push your rational thinking into play now. So the 5% of the brain, let's put it into play. So shall I play now? Right? All ready? Okay, here it goes.
Hi, I'm Richard. This is Sarah, and we're going to perform the amazing color-changing card trick with this blue-back deck of cards. Now, the idea is very simple. I'm just going to spread the cards in front of Sarah and ask her to push any card towards the camera.
Right, okay, let's see. I'm going to go for this card here.
Okay. Now, Sarah could have selected any card at all from the deck, but she selected the card which is now face down on the table. What I'm going to ask her to do is show us which card she selected.
Right, so the card that I chose was in fact the 3 of diamonds.
The 3 of diamonds, okay, excellent choice. That card goes back into the deck. Now I'm just going to spread the cards face up on the table. Do a little click of the fingers, and you'll see that Sarah's card here has now got a blue back. Not particularly surprising. What's slightly more surprising is all of the other cards have got red backs. And that is the amazing color-changing card. Hi, I'm Richard. This is Sarah, and we're going to perform the amazing color-changing card trick with this blue-back deck of cards. Now, the idea is very simple. I'm just going to spread the cards in front of Sarah and ask her to push any card towards the camera.
Right, okay, let's see. I'm going to go for this card here.
Okay. Now, Sarah could have selected any card at all from the deck, but she selected the card which is now face down on the table. What I'm going to ask her to do is show us which card she selected.
Right, so the card that I chose was in fact the 3 of diamonds.
The 3 of diamonds, okay, excellent choice. That card goes back into the deck. Now I'm just going to spread the cards face up on the table. Do a little click of the fingers, and you'll see that Sarah's card here has now got a blue back. Not particularly surprising. What's slightly more surprising is all of the other cards have got red backs. And that is the amazing color-changing card.
All right, so I think this was a little disturbing. So seeing a lot of things and then we missed out on a lot of things. So, right, so what did you actually see from this? What happened actually? So So this is a classic example of, how we look at certain things because we want to actually focus on certain things. When I said that, please be attentive, push your 5% of your brain to, the areas where you need to be rational about it. So you get into the smaller details. You want to be very focused on things that you want to observe. So you look at the things that are there down below and you're looking at the cards because you feel those are the important ones. But there are other things that we miss out on. So like, the color of the t-shirt, the color of the tablecloth, the color of the sheet behind. So a lot of things we missed out and we only focus on certain things. Right? So anyone wants to add here?
Yeah, I also observed that while they spreading, the cards, and then at the time of that lady choosing that card, the guy changed their dress. And at the same time, the same thing happened with the girls also. And then when they are talking to each other, the other person changed the background, that back seat. So
Yes.
I'm not only concentrating on that, only spreading the card, but also they change their t-shirt on the tablecloth and then also the background.
Yes. So that's how we try pushing ourselves into thinking, rationally. We look at, okay, what are the other things? So you need to be attentive. We are trying to be attentive and we look at things from the outer perspective, then we'll be able to look at those details. So Ms. Mamta, like she has observed, she did observe some of the things that changed behind. So that's what we want to actually push ourselves to do it. Now, this is, we are going to look at the biases that we have. Yes, Ms. Andrea, you had something to say.
Yes, Dr. Olatangi, about the video, we were so focused on the cards because the name of the video was the color changing card trick.
Card trick.
We automatically, our brain focused on that, on the card.
On that, correct.
But myself, my experience was that something was off a little bit on the in the environment, but rationally I wasn't paying attention to it. But
yes,
consciously I thought it was something different, but didn't pay attention. Maybe if I would be paying attention of the cards and also the environment, I would have picked up the difference.
Yes, so that's what happens with us also as humans. We tend to actually narrow down. We narrow down our thing because of certain factors. Like what you said is true. It said card, the color changing card trick. And the title said that, then you are supposed to be focusing on the cards. So that's what we generally do. So we get out of the other zones are all faded. Then we don't get into the other areas because we are focusing on one particular aspect. Right. So that's what happens even when we want to take decisions. So we look at only certain things and then we take decisions based on those things. Like now we're coming up to the biases. Now, what are the things that challenges that we are actually facing while looking at the big picture? What are the things that comes up? One is a confirmation bias. Now, the objective, there is something called objective facts, the facts that we are looking at and what confirms your beliefs. So you have certain beliefs in you, right? So what happens is what you see is only that portion. You're only seeing the minimal portion that is there because of your beliefs and because of the facts. You're not looking at the complete fact and your belief is very limited. So you're only focusing on that particular area. So what you see is that portion which is having the combination of the beliefs and your facts. So that is the confirmation bias. So you're trying to confirm something which which you believe. So that's why we don't look at the other areas, other there's no focus on the other part of things because we already believe in something, right? So we tried only going with that kind of a belief, and then the facts are there. We are only looking at some part of the fact, and together we see only some limited area. So our area is also very limited. And because of that, there is a big picture we're missing out on. So that's called as a confirmation bias because we are confirming something through our beliefs. Our
Yes.
beliefs are making us confirm certain things, right? So that's what we're looking at. Was this clear? Any example that you have in mind when we say confirmation bias? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Just it's regarding the the vendors who supply us the certain items to us, that we know we know that we have the data of the availability of the vendors available in the market, and we have a belief that they are only the suppliers who can supply this kind of materials. So this
Correct.
is a confirmed bias. Rather than to explore the market, we are
Yes.
limited to that vendors. So this is the example of the confirmation bias. I think, I don't know if it's
Right.
right or
Yes,
not, but
yes. You're right. You're right. So we only go with the limited knowledge that we have. We already have some knowledge. We believe in that. We say, okay, this is what the vendor's list is, and we go with that. We don't try to venture out and look at, okay, there may be new players in the market who
Yeah.
can be giving a competitive price, and also
Definitely.
maybe the product is also very good, better than this one. So let's try. No, we generally avoid that, and we go with whatever we believe in.
Yeah.
Right. What you said is right. Thanks, Ms. Mamta. Any other experiences? Anyone else wants to share something? Miss Andrea, do you come up with something in your mind for the confirmation bias? No, your voice, you're muted. I'm not able to hear you. Again, I think the same problem.
Yeah, I think.
She has a technical, earlier she had the same thing, and then she.
Dr. Latangi, what we can do is, it's already been a time for a break.
Acha.
Let's rejoin after a break, and then I hope her problem gets solved too.
Okay. So how much time do we have for the break?
We can take 5 or 10 minutes break, as you say.
Okay,
Up to
maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Let's rejoin at 3:15, everyone.
Okay, all right.
Let's go for a 10-minute break.
Shall I stop sharing this, Divya?
Yeah, you can. Thank you.
See you after the break then.
Let's grab something and then join. Are you all back? Can we start? Just give us something to go ahead. Indicator. Okay, we have Andrea.
Yeah, Mamta is still not come. Mr. Tan, Mr. Mohammed. Yeah, I think they're all there. Right. Fine. So can I go ahead and we are doing the confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So we're doing the confirmation bias. So we were talking about, the confirmation that we confirm something because of our belief systems. So I also got some example from the participants. So anyone who would want to add in here? Miss Andrea, anything from your end? I think you were trying to say something at that time.
No, Dr. Latangi, that thumb raise was for her presence.
Okay, maybe she is still figuring out something there. Right. I hope you have understood what is confirmation bias, right? Mr. Mohammed, are you there? I want confirmation from your end. Right. Okay. Got it. Fine. So we're looking at the next bias, which is called as a simplicity bias. Now you look at this picture, I think you can get something out of it. So what do you see here? What can you make out from this picture, Ms. Mamta?
ready for sun bath.
Okay,
Near the
waiting
sea.
for Sunbath. Okay.
A place near the sea.
Sorry?
A place near the sea.
Okay, a place where you can?
Near
I-
the sea.
Okay, busy. Okay. So we can also see that this particular, it's very simple. It doesn't have any complicated bench. Usually benches they have the support down below also. So, but it's just on the sand. It is just there, a very simple one where maybe it's easy to carry also. And you can just relax on that because the sand is just below you. So it's going to be hot probably. And the person is going to be on this. So the simplicity bias, we're talking about it because let's see the situation and then we'll get back to the explanation of simplicity bias. Maybe you can interpret things better. A bat and a ball cost rupees 110. The bat cost rupees 100 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost? This is a small problem. You need to just.
ठीक है सर.
Anyone got the answer?
It's 10.
10, is it, Miss Mamta? Okay. How did you arrive at this?
Because the bat and ball cost is rupees 110, and it's simple. The bat cost is rupees 100, then the remaining amount is only 10. That's it.
Okay. Right. Okay. So you feel that the 10 is a cost. Okay. Anyone who wants to interpret this in a different way?
We have Dipesh and Khin also saying that 10 is the right answer. So maybe one of them could.
It's a simple sum of that.
Okay. Anyone else who has this answer? So we're looking at it from all perspectives, actually.
It's 10, Professor.
It's 10?
Yes.
Okay.
The sum is 110.
Okay. I think the slideshow is gone. Right. Okay. So the ball cost is, you mean to say it is 10, but any other interpretation? Anything interesting?
Differently, I can also interpret it that the language, the sentences, the bat cost rupees 100 more than the ball. It reflects the in different way also. In that 100 rupees more than the ball. That means it's multiplication. You know that 100 rupees more than the ball means it does not mean that if you it's the I cannot explain properly, but it's the multiplication case. You know that is 100 rupees more than the ball cost. That means the ball cost rupees 1, and then bat cost is 100. Its ball cost is 200, 2. Then the bat cost rupees 200. It's a multiplication case. You know the sentence may reflect this on also.
Also, okay. Right, so we need to actually look at it in different ways. So sometimes what happens is when we look at a problem, it looks very simple.
Simple.
But, yeah, but you need to actually interpret it in different ways to get the right answer. So, you know, simplicity bias is that which says that usually we interpret things in a very simple way, wherein it requires a little more thought. We need to actually give it a little more thought. It looks very simple, but then we need to give it a little more thought to it. That's the simplicity bias. Now, that's why we said, okay, when we look at it, maybe we are also talking about the person, you know, what kind of a person he is. We can make out that also looking at this picture. So we are looking at this and we're saying, okay, the cost of the ball, bat costs 100 rupees more than the ball. So it is not that it is just 110 minus 100 and 10 is the answer. It's not that. It looks very simple. But then the cost of the ball is only rupees 5. So, you know, that is because the sum is saying that it is costing 100 more than the ball. Ball is 100, 5 rupees, but it is more than that. It is 100. The rest of it is all the bat cost. So it is, that's the cost of the bat. Right, so it is sometimes in situations also we look at it very simple, but the complicated way of we also have to look at it from other perspective to bring in an answer to a solution. Right, so why do we do it? Because we want to always go with the simple approach. We believe in simple approach. We feel that is the easier one. It's very, it's a known fact. So that's why we go with that. But we don't give the thought apart from that, saying that, okay, this can be another alternative. So when we say there are some sums which says there are 4 lines and then we say one is shorter than the other. Now, how do you increase the size? We only look at one part of it. Now, how do we increase and decrease it? But there is a another way of dealing with it. So then that we are missing out on. So there are a lot of these, you know, when you do the logical thinking, sums that are there, you will find that sometimes we look at it very simply. A father's, age is more than this son's age. So then when we calculate it, we take it the simple approach. So that's what we are trying to say. Even in situations, we get into this mode of taking very simple solutions to a given problem. This is something called as, we call it as activity trap. There is another challenge that as humans we face. This is activity trap. Now, what is this activity trap? Here you can see the picture with dogs actually running and then they're having their masks there. So this is the picture. Going here, we have dots. Connect all dots with 4 lines without lifting your pen or pencil. Can you do this? You can have a paper with you and then try doing it. Anyone who's got the answer?
Yes.
Not yet? Yeah. Can you please show it? How do you do it? Just explain it so that we can also understand here.
I will show you from here, man.
You can start from the right corner.
Sorry.
How we can show?
You are able to show it, Ms. Tida? Start with the 3 dots in the center. The 3 dots in the center diagonally.
Yes, yes.
Right? Make it a bigger line, not a small line. So by just extending a line, it makes a big difference. Just increase the line, length of the line. It's not till the dot. Just increase it down below. The diagonal portion from here. Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Start with
Yes.
this. So take this 3 dots, increase it till here. This till here. Yeah.
After the
Yes,
the
more
bottom
than the dot.
three, the 3
Yes.
dots on the bottom.
Yeah.
After like this.
Then take to the top portion. Extend
Yes,
the
top portion.
line on the top. Extreme. Again, extend the line. Increase the line to the right. Then take the other 2 dots down below and close it to the left.
Yes.
That's one way of doing it. Maybe you have got other ways of doing it also. Right, so that's what we're actually trying to say, that we get into the activity trap. When we say activity trap, okay, there is an activity and you need to be connecting all lines. So we look at only the regular way of connecting it. So a little out of it, you can still do it, but then we don't give it a thought. So this is what we try to do even in regular situations also. So we confuse being busy and with being productive and fail to see the big picture. You know, we want to complete it within that stipulated time, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, we want to complete it. Now, how do we complete it? Oh, keep doing this, and then we're not thinking it, differently. Trying to give it a thought more deeply. Okay, so then we should also understand why. Yeah, Mr. Mohammed.
This example, what's the relationship between this example and the big picture thinking?
See, we say activity trap. When there is an activity given to us, when there is a project, an assignment or anything, we only look at completing that assignment in one set time frame. So, okay, we have 2 days time and we have to complete this project or the assignment. So we look at it from that point and we want to complete it at a faster pace, whatever. So we don't look at it slowly and organize things and give it a thought better. So that's the activity. Because of the activity, we are now focusing only on smaller things. Because we feel that everything is there, it is very clear, we just have to finish it within 2 days. So we get confused and we try to feel that we are busy, we are productive, we are trying to finishing it in 2 days. That is our agenda of completing it. But how do you do it? What are you trying to do is what we'll have to figure out. We'll have to see, okay, why we're doing it? Okay, how are we doing it? So that's other things that we'll have to actually consider before we conclude on the project that is given to us. So there is something other than the simplicity bias and the activity trap, all that. We have something called as a gratification bias. This is a small example. Rupees 1 lakh, if there is a chance given to you, rupees 1 lakh this month or rupees 3 lakhs in 6 months, which would you take? What is your choice? Would you go with the option 1 or would you go with option 2?
Professor, RS rupees, this rupees.
1 lakh, rupees 1 lakh this month or 3 lakhs in 6 months. Which would you want? You want to take the first option or the second option?
What does it mean, lakh?
You want to take the first one?
No, what does it mean, lakh?
Lakh means, lakh is, now how do you, in your country, what is the currency used?
Dinar.
Dinar, okay. Let's say 100 dinars. Let's say 100 dinars. 100 dinars 1 month and 100 dinars, 6 months. Or 300
300
dinars,
dinars.
300 dinars.
In 6 months.
Which would you want to take?
Salary, as a salary or what?
Maybe there is a incentive given to you. Miss Mamta, which one would you want to choose?
100 per month.
Yeah.
Obviously, 100 per month.
100 per month. So you want to go with the first option, which says 100 dinars per month or 300 dinars 6 months, right? Okay. Anyone who would want to, what's your preference?
Sometime, it depends upon that. If now I'm receiving 1 lakh in this month, I can invest and those 1 lakh and make more than 3 lakhs in coming 6 months. So how you are thinking that big picture about how we are going to use that 1 lakh in coming 6 months? So it would be more than 3 lakhs.
Okay. It can be more than 3 lakhs.
3 lakhs.
Can be, possibility.
Can be, yeah, it's possible. So,
possible. Okay. Right. So anyone else? Miss Andrea, anything? What is your choice?
I think, no, I think it's 1 lakh this month.
1 lakh this month. Okay. See, this is what we call it as a gratification bias. So we want immediate results. We want something immediately. We want to be gratified. We want to be recognized. The same time you finish and you want the recognition.
Yeah.
So this generation, when you look at it, even the Gen Z we are having now, they all want immediate gratification. They do a work and they want immediate gratification. But one they don't understand is it is short-lived. It is short-lived. In the gratification that we're talking about is short-lived. It is not long-term. So maybe now you immediately gratify them. They're doing a project, they're doing an assignment, you gratify, you give them everything. And next, if they're not performing, somebody else is performing, immediately the gratification goes to the other person, not to this person. So there is no consistency. When we look at business also, when you start a business of your own, or maybe entrepreneur, when you look at entrepreneur who's starting a business of their own, immediate gratification may not be possible. Immediately getting revenue from the business is not possible. It's actually after a period of 3 months, 3 years, 2 years is when the cycle actually completes, and then he starts looking at the revenue generation. Till that point, it is going to be very basic. It can be, below the, he will not get any kind of benefit, interest out of it, or any revenue out of it. It's just a below line. He's invested some lakhs and then he's still not getting it, but then he has to have patience. So that is actually less, and we see that people will always, mostly people look at the immediate gratification. So that is the gratification bias. When you're looking at a big picture, we want immediate results. We want everything immediately. Okay, what is it? Okay, I'm doing it now. I want to see the result. When you launch a new product, when you see that, when you launch a new product in organizations, the organization will take some time for it to actually see the result coming out. Customer review, customer has to be satisfied. They need to again go back and find out what is better to be done. So that's how they keep improvising. Apple phone, you see that every year they come out with some new features in the model. So why do they bring in? So they want to see that continuity in the development of the product, and people keep on liking it slowly. So the same product, after a year or so, it is sold at a lesser cost, but initially it is sold at a higher cost. Now this is all something where they're focusing on the customer. They're trying to see, okay, how are we going to get the money out of the customer? And the people are also looking at, okay, I'm going to have Apple phone. That's the brand that I'm going to have. That's the immediate gratification that he wants. He wants people to be recognizing him. He has Apple phone, he has Apple laptop, he has this, he has that. So that's the gratification, the immediate recognition. And even in projects, when we are dealing with it, we don't give a big picture thinking, we look at the immediate gratification, immediate result. So that's what we always want. So that is a gratification bias. To win a reward today appears to be more appealing, but the big achievement, the bigger achievement is only the consistency in which a person, if you're doing a project and if you're very consistently bringing out results, that is going to be lasting more than today's project. Today I've done a good job in the project. Tomorrow there's another project. I am only looking at that particular thing, but you're not looking at the consistency of it, right? So that is gratification bias. Now we have something with this tired and emotional. Okay, so we are now challenging ourselves with a lot of big picture thinking and all that, and we are tired of everything. You can see the dog is very tired looking, and then, so there is one situation. What do you do? See, what is tired and emotional is your conscious application of mind requires energy. You need a lot of energy to actually come at some conclusion or thinking about something. But if you're not given that particular time, and if it is not at the right time, you get tired because you feel you're exhausted, your energies are done. You have already invested energy in other areas. So you do not have energy at that particular time. So you feel very tired and emotional. So even during your work also, there are many times when you will feel very tired. So you cannot think beyond. When there is some new incident coming in, a new issue coming in, you cannot bring out the solution to it. Why? Because you're tired, you're mentally tired. You cannot invest your mind on those particular areas. So what happens? You need a break. Take measured, shallow breaths, pretend to feel great emotionally, then you follow it. Check in yourself, what will make you feel so, and how can you exercise control? So in your day-to-day work also, you feel tired, exhausted at one point of time. Every day you're trying to bring in new things and you're trying to challenge yourself, bringing up the solutions to it. So you keep thinking about a lot of things, and then you get tired and emotional about it. So let's now look at this with an example. Right? So any example for tired and emotional? What do you do when you are tired and emotional? Example in your own organization, when you feel challenged. End of the day. Yeah.
We drink wine.
You?
We are tired at the last of the day.
Huh.
We drink wine at
Oh,
midnight.
drink wine. Okay. Go home and then drink wine.
At midnight.
Okay. So at office, you see that there is a meeting scheduled at 5 o'clock before you leave office. You're tired.
Yes.
Whole day you have been working and you have done a lot of things. 5 o'clock, there is a meeting and you need to be active. But you're having a meeting, you can't say no to it. How do you challenge it? What do you do?
I drink shark. I drink
Energy drink. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Some people do, have tea.
Or yes, or juice. Or
Yes.
I concentrate a little bit. I heard good music or something.
Okay, something to energize. We need to actually, because you need to perform. Again, in a meeting, you might be asked questions. You might be told, okay, what is your idea? What is your opinion? If you're not
Yes.
able to give your opinion or ideas, then it is like, okay, you are being questioned, right?
Yes.
So when you're tired and emotional, you cannot come to a big picture thinking.
Yes.
Right? So you need to actually keep yourself energized. Now, what do you do at that particular time? Because you still have to produce, you still have to conclude on that, you still have to think about it. So you have to energize yourself. Do something to energize yourself. Whatever method you feel is better. Maybe 1 cup of tea here. Some people
Yes,
go
or coffee.
smoking.
Yes.
Some people go and smoke. Some people,
Yes.
yes, they do that. So, and then some people feel nice talking to somebody, 5 minutes talk, and then they feel refreshed. Or they take a break and then they say, okay, let's go back to this. Okay. First of all, acknowledge the fact that you're tired. No problem. You're tired, you're mentally tired, no problem, because that's a human nature. End of the day, you'll obviously feel tired. There's nothing wrong about it. So relax, take your time, and then go back to thinking big. But you cannot contain yourself. You cannot club and then say, no, now I can't think much. Okay, what is a better, easier solution? This is the easier solution. Let's take it. No, you still have to think big. So you'll have to come out of that, feeling of tiredness and push yourself to make it, thinking big.
Good. Yes.
Right. Okay, this is recency bias. We also have this coming up with us, Complete, this is a small activity, complete 4-letter words. See it, and there is another one which is starting with B. So can you complete this?
Belt.
Belt,
B.
okay. Right, anyone else?
Boat.
Bolt, okay. Right.
B-E-L-T.
Okay, B-O-L-T and B-E-L-T. Can you think of something else?
Sit, bit.
Yes. So this is what is recency bias. What do? Is our mind interprets the first word S-E-A-T. And now B, it starts with B and there are 2 alphabets that are missing. So we try to replace it and we say B-E-A-T. So usually it comes like this. That is a recency bias. That means something we have seen recently. We try applying that into this. So we make it as beat. There are other options as well, like Miss Andrea said, belt, and Miss Mamta said bolt. So there are some other words also, but we come at it at a later stage. First thing we come is a recency. That is C-E-A-T, B-E-A-T. So we try closing. That is the recency bias. You go to a shop. When you go to a shop, the first thing that you see, they start off with the products. For example, they start with biscuits. The front area is very interesting. They keep it very interesting for the kids. Chocolates and biscuits and cakes and things like that. So that the kids are actually relating that. And when they come back, they still want that only. They don't want to go ahead. They don't want to go inside the shop. They say, okay, this is more interesting. And they want to buy there. Parents, again, they see that and they see something interesting and they want to fix there only. They don't want to go beyond and then they forget the rest of the thing. The first thing that they see, that actually keeps them actually interesting, right? That is a recency bias. So something which comes into our mind and we feel that is the better one, right? That's the recent thing that comes into our mind, that is better. List of names, you look at the list of names, something interesting, you get that. And that is what you want to actually relate it. So somewhere else you go, that name actually comes out. Okay, I saw this is the name. Somebody's name, some employee's name, you remember that name, and that is a recency bias. The last name that is there, that is the one that you remember. So that is recency. Because of that, again, big picture thinking is hindering, it is disturbed. Right? So our perspective of new situation is influenced by what has recently transpired. We have seen something recently, and that is actually hindering the big picture thinking. So what do you do? How do you deal with it? Check it on your understanding of a new situation. Put the same thing and then look at this new situation and try to understand it better. Can you actually do it in that way or not? Ask yourself where you could get the insights to understand the situation on its own merit. Instead of looking at from the recency bias, look at it separately and say, okay, can we do it differently? Challenge assumptions that you may be making. So you're trying to get something, okay, if not this, what is the next thing? Best other alternative. So that can avoid your recency bias. Right? So that can actually improve on, you can improve on your recency bias. Now this is familiarity bias. Right? You see this picture with a lot of sheep here. So mostly you can see the white ones, white faces, but there is only one black face. So familiarity bias. Now, where do you see this kind of familiarity? We see something which is very familiar to us, which we like. And that's familiar. You are familiar with that thing. So then you want to actually go with that familiar thing. Any example where you can quote from your experience, familiarity, bias? Any example you can quote, Ms. Mamta? Familiarity bias?
Just I want to take one example.
Huh?
If we are doing any kind of awareness program, any campaign, so if cultural wise, if I'm the head, I'm the leader of that program, and my culture, my values, which is familiar to that society, I prefer, I prefer to go that kind of community where they can easily understand me or our campaign or our awareness ideas. So I choose this kind of community which is familiar to our norms or our that culture. So this replaces the familiarity bias or some kind of.
Correct. Yes. So you have people in your own team, and then you are in a meeting or in a conference, but you see people from your own community, or maybe from your own organization. You are more closer, and you want to associate with them. And any new idea coming from any other person is taken second. But the first idea that comes from your own team, your own people, that comes, oh, yes, this is a good one. But you don't give it a thought to the other person from another team who's also trying to give you some good idea. So that is the familiarity, because you are associated with the familiarity, the people associated here. So you want to go with them. So that's the familiarity bias. Mr. Mohammed, anything that you want to question, ask?
I try to understand this yes familiarity. If you are familiar with something, then the reflex is to go to straight to this.
Same, yes. We want to go with the same. That's what we feel. We are very familiar. We feel comfortable. We feel, oh, okay, this is what it is. But some other team member who's there in another department in the meeting is trying to give a new idea. But for you, the person who is from your team who's giving the idea is more important. More important.
Perhaps it's the human instinct.
Yes. Yes. So we look at the familiarity part of it. We miss out on the other person who's trying to give you the idea. So that's the familiarity bias that plays in. So we tend to stick with what is familiar. So that's what you generally do. We create associations between unrelated phenomenon to satisfy our own patterns. We have that pattern in our mind. Someone is talking about it. Okay, he says that yes, tea is better. You like tea? Someone says tea is better. Yes, I agree to this. Because you like tea. Someone also says tea is better. Yes, you say tea is better. But coffee was very good. In the conference, coffee that they had given was very good. It was aromatic coffee, but you have not tasted it and you don't like it. So because of that, you don't know about it. Right? So that's something which we look at it as familiarity bias.
Dr. Latangi.
Yeah.
This may be related with confirmation bias.
Confirmation it's similar to that. It's not distinctly, you cannot distinguish it there. Conformity is because your own beliefs, you have certain belief system. You feel that plan A can go well. That is your belief because you have already done it before. Your statistics, your belief has come from somewhere. You feel that particular plan will go better. So you want to confirm with that same thing. Familiarity is we're talking about in terms of intangibles. We're talking about something as a team member who is here, and then we're trying to associate that team and saying that, okay, this person I know, and he's saying something, so that must be relevant. So that's what is familiarity. We are familiarizing something and then we're taking from there, we're taking that. So that is familiarity bias.
Professor, it's related to the change resistance or the human.
Resistance to change. Yeah,
Yes.
maybe that is the underlying fact. To say that we generally, you know, avoid something different. We avoid changing, but then, yeah, we can also change. That's something which we can work on. But these are the biases. These are some things which we carry with us. We have certain things with us which we are not aware of. So it comes.
This kind of bias affects to think big, you know?
Yes, it affects us. When we want to think big, we confine ourselves to those things, those beliefs. We put it in that place only. We are only stuck with those things. So we are not able to think big.
This kind of bias bound us, no, to
Yes.
Limited one, yeah.
Yes, we are confined. We are put into that particular thinking, that way of thinking. We just focus on that particular way of thinking. That's because of our bias.
Yeah.
So that's what we were trying to say. So ultimately, when you look at the entire scenario, we have been talking about illusion of attention. So attention is something which we actually ignore. We just look at certain things in a particular way. And we talk about the activity bias, recency bias, confirmation. We look at the gratification, then simplicity bias, tired and emotion, and the familiarity bias. So these are different biases, and because of which we are not able to think big. So we'll have to actually look at these things when we are thinking about something. We'll have to say, question us. Okay, why are we thinking like this? Is there any other way of thinking? Is there any other way of concluding on this particular problem, issue, or assignment, or a project? Can we do it differently? So we need to actually introspect. We'll have to look at from the outside purview, look at it, and then conclude on what is the best way of doing that particular problem or project, whatever we have taken up. Right? So this is what we are trying to say when we say thinking big picture. So I had this thing in mind. What is it that you carry with you as you walk out of the door? The challenges you are working on currently, you can look at those challenges. You have certain challenges with you. I'm sure everybody has challenges in your own work areas. So you can look at that part of it and then say, why does this challenge matter to you? Why is it important to you? Question that. Right? What is the vision of success? What more do you need to know about the situation? Anything else that you need to know? Any other information that you want? How could you reframe your challenge so that it is more meaningful to you? So that way you can probably look at different aspects to it. You can think about different solutions also. What thinking trap could come in the way of your you solving the challenge? So maybe there is a thinking trap. So you might be stuck to some particular thinking. So are you doing that or are you not? How do you overcome those thinking traps? If you question all of these, then you will come up with a better big picture thinking. You can bring out more solution to your current situation. Right? Any questions here? Mr. Mohammed?
It's clear.
That's clear. Right. So what is the one thing that you take away from this workshop? Anything that you felt that you are taking away from this workshop? This session, this particular session. You will have many more sessions. So
in my views, what I learned from this session, before this session, I exactly don't know what kind of their traps which stop me to think big and big. Now I can analyze myself. I can question myself. because there are different kind of bias I know now. So I can ask myself question, okay, due to this, I'm not going to think a big and big and big. So now I have a certain ideas. So if you know the different kind of traps, though you can question yourself and you can solve yourself to think big and big. So now I got a knowledge about the different kind of traps in your big thinking.
Right. Okay. Yes, Miss Andrea.
The one insight I take with me is that we have to push ourselves to bring out the rational part of our brains. So we don't go into automatic pilot and we think more logical and with our intellect. We have
Right.
to use our system number 2.
Yes. System 2. Right.
System 2.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for being such a lovely audience and being very participative. I appreciate all your efforts to being a very good participant, of course, and learning is great that way. So thank you for all the inputs that you gave, and see you then. Have a good day, great day.
Same to you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Latangi.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Latangi, for summing it up. And Andri and Mamta, you have actually shared the insight which would actually round up the entire course for the day.
Yeah.
So that's great. We have picked up very well. I have also shared a feedback link with you all. Kindly do that because it will help us. This is a long, huge 1 month program. It will help us bind and make it a very good. Yeah, so it's important. Do share it. And thank you everyone for overall participation. We connect back tomorrow at the same time, 11 o'clock. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mohammed, are you trying to say something because you're not audible?
No, thank you. And see
Okay,
you
thank
tomorrow.
you. We'll keep this link open for a few minutes in case you want to huddle up. There would be none of us. You all can internally connect.
It's compared to the time zone of Tunisia, it's very late.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Compared to the time zone of Tunisia.
Okay. So sorry.
Very late. We start at 6 o'clock AM.
Okay. So how do we say that? How do we pronounce?
Sorry?
How do we pronounce?
6 o'clock.
So Mohammed, how do we pronounce your name?
I don't hear clearly the sound.
Okay, no issues. I think some connectivity issues. I'll connect with you separately. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for all. And it's a good opportunity to know these things.
Great. We are liking it that it's been useful. It's great. Please share your feedback, everyone. It is going to help us make it a better program. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Chan.
Yeah, Divya.
This slide, we can get this slide just.
Slide. I'll have to check, and we'll be sharing some of it. So I'll check and let you know in some time. Just give me some time.
To refresh.
I missed what you were trying to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And I invite all of my friends to visit Tunisia.
Wow, great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.